Give me 1 second. Let me hide my dirty little fingers. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Where is the orange chicken? With your mom? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in, everyone. Authentic. There's nothing authentic about orange chicken, okay? Nothing authentic about orange chicken. Just like how there's nothing, like, it's like, okay, Panda Express is like Tex-Mex. Is it authentic Mexican? No, it's an Americanized version of Mexican food. Is it good? Sure, okay? But it's not authentic Mexican food. Just like how it's not authentic Chinese food. Are we making we are not making dim sum, actually. There is a difference between Chinese food and dim sum. I feel like, sorry, let me just recalibrate. I feel like people see the word like xiaolongbao or like xiulongbao and then they just automatically assume that it's dim sum. There are different kinds of dim sum. There's Cantonese dim sum, Shanghai dim sum. Xiaolongbao technically is Shanghai dim sum, but no, we're not making exclusively dim sum today. We're making a bunch of things. A bunch of things. How are the eyes today? I think the eyes have been much better. Yesterday was definitely the roughest. Like yesterday morning was the roughest, so we're hanging there. You can't tempt me today, Giri. I was allowed a cheat meal. What was your cheat meal? What if there's a Chinese people cooking the food at Panda Express without making? No, okay, it does not make it authentic if it's cooked by Chinese people because a dish itself is inherently not Chinese. Okay? Bilingual problem, hello? Hello? What 2 languages do you speak other than English? How's my favorite beautiful Oni chef today? Doing good, doing good. Just raw dogging life today. No nap. Well, I mean, it's been a while since I last took a nap, but still raw dogging that nap. Sometimes, not the nap, sorry, raw dogging the day. There are some days where I was able to sneak in a little bit of a nap, but it's a lot more scattered now because of the whole idol project and everything like that. So sometimes I do get a nap, but most part I don't. Today is one of those days where I was kind of out and about. So just raw dogging through life, just a little bit. But happy hump day, everyone. Are we excited for the weekend? I mean, it's not quite the weekend yet. Almost the weekend. How was the meeting? The meeting yesterday went fine. Yesterday was the meeting. Today, I actually had a trial vocal lesson with a new teacher. For those who followed me for a little bit, I did have a vocal coach at a certain point, and I was going to her for about 6 months or so, quite a long time. And then like friends started visiting every like 2 months, and I just can't like fit in hosting and traveling like an hour and a half to go to my vocal coach. My vocal coach basically was in Yokohama. It was a recommended coach, so I didn't get to oh, this vocal coach near me. It was recommended, so I was like, okay, I'll just go there. It's just traveling takes a long time, and just like it's like so many hours out of my day. So I was like, you know what? Let's just put the vocal coaching on hold. She says that like for karaoke stuff, I should be good enough, but obviously for if I want to do other things, will require more practice. So I just kind of stopped. And then today I got another recommendation for another vocal coach. So today was my first training day. Unfortunately, I didn't actually get the one that I wanted. I wasn't able to select or like request for a specific coach. So they gave me someone different and she was fine, but I kind of want to try the one that was recommended to me because a friend uses him as a coach. So I'm gonna have to go back and do another trial, but the trial went fine. It was okay. It was all right. She was like, you just work on these little things and all that stuff. But the trial's like 30 minutes. You really don't learn much in 30 minutes. It's just really her assessing like my vocal range, what goals I want to get out of these lessons. And that was it. Like, 30 minutes passed so quickly. I really have to do more lessons to actually know, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll get there. I'll do another vocal training trial with the teacher that I actually wanted to try out next month, because next week we're going to be on the road. We're going to be very busy. I'll have to do that when we come back. Giri switching coaches faster than switches. Not really. Girl, what? Not really for either of them. Okay, I am a dedicated person. Okay, I've been with that coach for like at least 6 months, and then just life took over, and then I was like, I just can't find the time to like bi-weekly go to Yokohama to like get take vocal lessons and come back, and I still have to host and all that stuff. So I was like, you know what? I think for about a year and a half, maybe a year is kind of where I stopped going back to vocal training. But now that we're doing this idol thing, and it's kind of like it's nice to be able to get some direction on the singing stuff. Even if I'm not doing more idol work, it's still useful, I think, especially for VTubing. So it doesn't hurt to get back into it, I think. And this one's a little bit closer. The coach got scarred. No, she actually got married. So she was actually really sweet. There's also another reason why it didn't really work out between me and her. She was really nice. I just feel like for what I personally wanted out of a coach, we weren't the perfect match. Like, she was really good at teaching me how to mimic techniques, or how to have a bunch of different singing techniques. If for example, there's this song, this person is singing in a very specific way. She's teaching me how to be able to reach that very specific way. And then for me, I'm just kind of looking for songs that just fit me. Instead of me trying to mimic someone else, I would like to find songs that can, you know, showcase my natural sound instead of trying to sound like a different person with a song that I like, but it's not good for my voice. I feel like that's always the challenging part, especially when I'm not very confident in singing. So I just felt like she wasn't able to provide that for me. And also with like I say, with like for like Japanese teachers and Japanese people, I ask them, am I doing good? They go, you're doing great. And I'm like, is this song good for me? They're like, this song is perfect for you. You're doing great. But then they kind of like think about it a little bit, and I'm like, so is it actually good for me? Like, is there a song that you recommend that I should sing that you think is good for my voice that we can learn together? And she's like, whichever one you like. And I'm like, I need you to tell me. I don't care if you tell me it's dog shit, okay? I need you to tell me like what suits my voice, and if this is a really horrible decision, it doesn't matter if I like the song. If it's not good for my voice, please tell me that so I can pick one that it is good for my voice, and we can start from there. But they don't tell you that because they're just always like shy to tell you the truth or something. So I was just like, I think she's good at teaching me basics. Only on Patreon. Yes, I'll get to that in a second. But I think she's really good at teaching me basics and just like learning how to mimic different styles and whatnot, or very specific sounds. But I don't think it was very good for me trying to like find what type of songs or singers complement my natural voice. So I'm kind of on the hunt for that now. Other than just a teacher that can teach me skills, which every teacher is going to teach you the same skill: breathe from the diaphragm, breathe from the muscle that's over here. You know, like use your chest voice, use your mixed voice. It's all going to be the same. I need a teacher to tell me if I sound like crap or not, and just show me a song that's good for my sound. Anyways. It's a suntan Volpix. No, I actually think it's very good. I was a little bit worried about the colors not being super accurate. It's not 101, obviously, but I think it looked pretty. Yeah. She's still here. She's still here. But that's what I did today. So in 2 weeks' time, I have another trial with a man this time. The man was the one that was recommended to me.
Chat has no problem being brutally honest with you.
Whether I like it or not. Thank you. Thank you. Whether I like it or not, it's always just, you know, at this point, it's not even honesty. It's just like the expected, what? I think my brain rebooted. I think my brain rebooted halfway through. I was in the middle of a sentence, and all of a sudden the brain is like, no more thoughts. We're shutting down now. No more thinking. はじめまして、初めの英語のわかりませんがお願いします。まあ私日本語もちょっとだけわかるけど、でも応援してくれてありがとうございます。見てくれてありがとうございます。日本語も少し喋ってます。中国も少し喋ってみます。I think I'm getting some JP bros over here for stream. I'm noticing on the YouTube side anyways, because I was gonna show you. So you know how I had a announcement a little while ago where I was like, hey, and I had a little picture. Oh, my first ever like formal or like professional voice acting gig opportunity, whatever it's called. And I had a little picture. I was in like a very professional sound booth, like all the walls completely silent, and I had the mic and everything, and I was recording voice lines for something. And I was very excited about this new project thing. Juicy, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you. Term, thank you for the 45. And Large Cookie, thank you for the 14. I appreciate it. So that's actually released now. I did voice acting, yes. I mean, was it voice acting? Yes. But I feel like I'm a voice actor. It sounds a lot more like formal than what actually happened. I had a few small lines, but I was very honored that they picked me and wanted to work with me nonetheless. But I don't know if you guys are aware, on the JP side of YouTube, there is a very popular, long-standing YouTube animation channel. They do really, really well in Japan. They make basically short form, like they animate themselves, they voice act themselves, and they make a lot of these like short form skits on their channel, and it does really, really well, like hundreds of thousands, millions of views. And then they said they wanted to expand and then out into like more communities, and they were like, Giri, how about Giri? And I was like, what? Me? I was like, okay. So basically what I did was record some voice lines for their animation, and they're basically including me, my character, like Onigiri, my VTuber, into their newest episode. So I now have an official episode of anime, and this channel is called Karekore. I haven't actually watched it yet. Maybe we can watch it together. I'm a famous voice actor. Don't talk to me. No pictures, please. No pictures, no voice lines. No, I will not record something for your granddaughter.
Do you know how when you have like a child or little sibling, and you give them these small useless tasks to make them feel important?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what they did probably.
Well, I mean, they didn't have to pick me, but they did. So in any case, I thought it was very nice of them. And I felt very happy to be included. And I was like, because they did specifically reach out for me out of everybody. So I was like, really? Like, why me? I think Shadow has the video queued up. I actually haven't watched it yet. Yeah, I actually haven't watched it yet. I wanted to watch it. Because I know the lines that I did. I recorded English lines and Japanese lines. And basically how it went down was I go into the booth, and then they basically play out all of the voice lines that the voice actors already recorded for that animation, just so that they can give me an idea of like expectations or the vibe. And they just act yourself, because I am recording as myself. I'm not really recording as like a whole different person. And then I was able to kind of like follow what everyone else was doing, and hopefully was able to kind of give back the same energy or like animated type of a feeling. So I tried my best, but I didn't actually hear it like together in the video. They were just like, you did great. And then I was like, okay, that's it. And they were like, yeah, that's it. You did great. And then I was like, okay. I thought it was good to study English, by the way. I saw it in a short term in Karekore. This is a translation. ありがとう。まあ私のこのショーツね、まだ見えないです。今日だけ投稿しますね。らしいです。でも私が緊張なので、まだ見えない。でも今がみんなと一緒に初めてhow do you say first time? 初見一緒に見ています。うん。Not 初音ミク、初見 So like first time watching. I forget how. It's not first time. You guys you're so annoying. Anyways, we can watch it. I haven't watched it yet. Play it, sir. Play it.
注文できねえ。全部英語でわかんねえよ。でも早くしないと。助 助けを呼ぼうにも周りはあの外国人だけか。背伸びしてくる店じゃなかったぜ。
Sir, may I offer you some recommendations? Let me know your preference. What would you like? Perhaps a dish of meat, fish, vegetables, or maybe dessert?
ミート早口すぎて全然聞き取れね
テンダーロインステーキがおすすめだよ。日本ではヒレ肉だね。美味しくて最高級だよ。
え。それでお願いします。
Two tenderloin steaks, both medium rare, please.
Certainly, ma'am.
うめえ。
So yummy!
助かったぜ。あんた日本語上手だな。勝手に通じねえって決めつけてたぜ。
No problem. まだ日本語は下手だけど助けられて嬉しいよ。Even just knowing a few words can sometimes be enough to help someone out. Don't you think so too?
おー、イエスイエス。おにぎりさんのチャンネルでは面白い
Wait,
料理動画
I
が
didn't hear the voice lines for the English
チェックしてみてくれ
actor.
よな。
I've only heard English lines for the main character.
This is their JP channel. We have another skit for their English channel.
Oh, there's another one. Okay. Levels of eating lunch during class. Oh yes, that's right. I recorded for two videos. Delicious! Success!
Nothing beats this thrill.
What's that delicious smell?
Barely. What success?
Gosh, this is hot. This is tough to eat.
Hey, what are you doing during class?
Attempt failed.
This wasn't fair.
What would you try to eat during class? Let us know in the comments. Levels of eating lunch during... Wow, that's so cute. For this one, I actually didn't hear any voice lines for the eating competition one. I only heard basically the main character's Japanese voice lines for the restaurant one. I didn't hear any voice lines for the bald character guy. So this is my very first time. And then this is my video. So this is a collaboration event or whatever. So they made two videos with me using my character, and then I also using karekore to make my own little short. So this is mine, and they animated it for me. I just did my own voice lines and the little cooking segment, obviously. Legend has it that the slimes of karekore are delicious.
What? You're going to cook them?
Watch this. Authentic, yeah. Authentic clam mapo tofu. Obviously, I was trying to make it look more like fantasy-esque, so I dyed the tofu purple to make it look like slime.
Oishii! I can't believe it.
Giri gozaimasu. But did you know? Legend has it that the slimes of karekore... There we go. Yeah, anyways. The editing magic is so real. They made you look competent. No, Lex was the one that edited it. So obviously the animations, karekore did themselves. They drew the panels for me. They did the basic animation. But for the actual cooking section or the cooking segment, Lex was the one that edited everything together. I just kind of was like, hey, this is kind of the vibe I was going for. I want that like fast-paced TikTok cooking video type of a thing. So he did everything, and then we just kind of pieced both together. But yeah, 3 videos. I'm kind of a voice actor. Wait, but now I feel silly. Was it good? I'm shy. They were glazing me when I was recording the lines. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, you did so good! Oh my God, there's no way it's your first time." And I was like, "They're just being polite. They have to be polite." But they were just kept on glazing me. Was it good? Was it okay? Hopefully it was all right. It was pretty good. Yay! Giri giri gozaimasu. Yeah, that was one of the lines they wanted me to say specifically. Giri giri gozaimasu.
Oh, no, that was on our end.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Pretty good as your first. I like the short. Yay! It was good for your first try. Yay! Hopefully we'll have more opportunities for more voice acting roles, but I just feel like in the recent like 4 months or so, I feel like all the things that I kind of want to do, i.e., you know, voice acting or singing or performing, are all things where like, sure, it's on the to-do list, or sure, it's on like the goals list, but these are all things that are like so like, I don't know who to reach out. I don't know when this will happen. This is just something like super in the future, maybe one of these days. we'll get something going. But in the last like 4 months, I basically recorded voice lines for voice acting, and in an anime, basically, became an idol, practicing for dance performance, practicing for singing performance, recording in a professional like sound booth and everything. I was like, holy shit, what's happening? It's just like things are just kind of like falling on my lap, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But I feel very, very lucky. I feel very fortunate. That's why I was like, if you give me the chance, I will do the best that I can, given my current skill set, and do my utmost to make sure that I don't let anyone down. So I'm very, very grateful for all the opportunities that have been presented to me so far. That I was like, I didn't even like reach out that much to do. They were like, yes, and I was like, yes, yes. Is she crying? No, I was just kind of being introspective. I was just like, damn, it really has been really crazy. Like a lot of these things that I was like, yeah, one of these days I would like to be able to do something like this. I just didn't think that they would just be like, here's the opportunity now. And I was like, now? Oh, okay. You know, can you turn the music down in my ear, please? It's a little loud. It's reward for hard work. If you didn't do something, nothing would have happened. I guess that's true, but it's just kind of, thank you. I guess that's true. It was
Must
just
get
kind
back
of
to
like
work, but wanted to say despite preparing for ban, but saw your photo shoot on Patreon and you make a very stunning dystopian cyberpunk queen.
Thank you. So yes, I also, when the girls were here, they wanted to do like those like dress up photo shoots. So that like everyone picked a different theme, and then basically you go in there, they do your makeup, they completely do an overhaul, and they dress you in their standard clothes, or like that matches the theme. The photographer basically tells you exactly how to pose, where to pose, what to hold, where to look, and all that stuff. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to be a model to do any of this. They'll guide you completely. You just sit there and be beautified. And they wanted to do the photo shoot, and I was like, yeah, sure, let's all do it. So we all did it for our own, like, for ourselves. But then I was like, I'm gonna post mine on Patreon, because why not? They were so pretty. I think they did a really good job. So that's why I posted it on Twitter, to give you a little teaser of the whole kind of like album, so to speak. But it is on Patreon. I do post like cosplay things or like cool photo shoot things. I do have the Gyaru one coming too, but the Gyaru one is taking a while to edit. I feel like that this company has popped off on Instagram all of a sudden in the last like 2 months, and I think they're playing catch up. They're just saying yes to all of these like clients, which is great for them. Obviously, I don't want a business to not grow, but I think they've bottlenecked themselves. So now we're in that unfortunate like position of I email them, I don't hear anything back. I have to keep pestering. So hopefully we'll be able to get the Gyaru photo shoot back too. And then I'll of course post that on Patreon. But for now, this one actually came back first. So this is my version of the photo shoot. And I think the Patreon link should be linked to the Twitter post. It takes you a long time to look young, probably. Shut up! I look perfectly young because I am young. We need Gyaru photo shoot with Rain. We did it together, but whether Rain chooses to upload it or not, that's up to her. But we have some group photos like for us. So basically, because we had such a big group of people, there was 7 of us. I couldn't remember the exact number, but we basically almost booked out half the studio. They're a very like well-oiled machine, this particular company. It's called Esperanto, Tokyo Esperanto. If you are curious, they do men's too. Shoto was able to do like a men's portrait as well. It's more popular towards women, obviously, but men do it too. So if you want to do like a cool photo shoot and you want to look like you know, one of those like gambling gangsters, or a fox demon, or a fox bride, or like an oidon, or a geisha. Those are more female, but for the male ones, they have a few other options. Then, and just something fun as a fun little souvenir to take back home. Then I recommend them. I've been to them twice now. This is my second time working with them, and they're very fast and they're very efficient. Deadly major domo vibes. Yeah, Rokunana. No, we're not doing. Why are we doing 6-9? Rokunana. Have you done a video on making sonatang? Okay. Who put that? Sonatang? No, actually. I would love to try to make sonatang one day. That's actually my mom's favorite dish. I just feel like it's too easy. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say it now. It's too easy. I make it, and then it's gonna taste like fucking ass. And then I'm like, I'm never gonna make this again. But sonatang theoretically shouldn't be very hard. It's a water-based soup. So in Chinese cooking, there's like mainland China type of a style of cooking, and then there's more of like southern style or like Hong Kong style of cooking. There's guantang or guantong, which is just like a rolling boil soup. You basically have water, you throw seasoning, you throw your veggies, you boil it until everything is like soft-ish, and then you just serve it, and then you drink it like that. And then there's baotang or boutong. The action of to bao in Mandarin or to bo in Cantonese means that you're simmering it and stewing it for long hours, and that usually takes like at least 2 hours, probably like 6 hours or something. And you want to make sure that you're extracting all of the nutrients from the veggies and the meat stock, the bones, the peanuts, the chicken feet, whatever you're putting in there, and you're extracting every single ounce of like all of those like minerals from the ingredients and seeping it into the soup. Whereas the boiled soup is just things are boiled together, it's heated, it's soft, we can drink it. They're both really good, different styles. Sonatang is guantang. You just throw everything together, add your vinegar and soy sauce and a crap ton of cornstarch to get that the thickness. So I think theoretically it shouldn't be very hard, but that's actually my mom's favorite dish. So maybe one of these days I will. Where's the ha cheng? Huh? Ha cheng guy? What's a ha cheng guy? Is fried rice American? No. Chao fan. Chao fan? No. That's not American. I mean, like Yangzhou chao fan has been kind of been pretty like popular in like Western, like Chinese food menus, but chao fan in general is not a Western invention. That's just Chinese. But maybe people like to put different things in there for the American version of fried rice. Prawn paste chicken? I don't know prawn paste chicken. Prawn paste chicken? No, I don't know. Are you sure it's Chinese? Are you sure it's not like Southeast Asian Chinese? I don't know. Prawn paste chicken? No. Prawn paste chicken? Wait, hold on. Let me get my phone. Prawn paste chicken? No, I haven't heard of it before. Unless I just never, I just never had a chance to eat it. Prawn, chotto sagashimasu. Prawn paste chicken. It's a Singaporean fried chicken. Chinese. China Chinese. Okay, I was asked, I'm talking about Chinese food. I was like, hey, mainland China, southern China / also like Hong Kong, okay? For the different soup differential, the difference between the soups and stuff. And this guy is like, have you ever ate Singaporean Chinese food? No, I haven't had Singaporean Chinese food. I've been to Singapore once and I didn't eat their chicken. Next time I will. Now I know. Now I will. Okay. I did not say I hate Singaporean food. Okay. I was talking about Chinese food from China. Okay. Not Chinese food from Singapore. I was like, prawn paste? That sounds Southeast Asian, because that doesn't sound like Chinese. Ha zheng gai. It looks good though. It looks like I hate like is it fried chicken or is it braised chicken? I hate breaded fried chicken. Western cooking always has like the breaded batter for chicken wings, and I love like the Asian way of doing it where it's just the chicken, maybe a little bit of like dry cornstarch or something over the outside, and then you fry it, so it's like there's no thick breading over it, it's just chicken. This one looks like it's fried, but I'm not too sure. Do you fry it? Yeah, you do fry it. This one looks like it's a slight batter to it, but it doesn't look like those like Western deeply battered ones. That looks good though. I never had it. No. I never had a prawn paste chicken. So why? So you know, like Korean fried chicken, it's okay. I just don't like the Western ones where it just feels like there's like a whole ounce, like there's a whole bunch of bread over it. She did not just install Southern fried chicken. I just don't like it breaded. Like it's fine, like Popeyes, it's fine. But I would prefer eating it, like the fried chicken wings, like the little chicken wing flats at like a Hong Kong cafe. Like I prefer that style more. Usually if when you're at like a wings restaurant in Toronto, back in Canada, there's a really popular place called All Stars. I don't know if it's American too, but I just know it's definitely in Canada. And they specialize in like 125, whatever big number of different flavors. I love going there because I think their wings are really good and their side dishes are really good. But they always go like, do you want breaded or non-breaded? I always say non-breaded because the breaded ones are just so thick. Like Popeyes is fine. Jollibee's also fine. I feel like Jollibee's, the batter isn't as thick. I just don't want the thick, bready ones. The light, crispy ones are fine. But if you don't have breading on it, even better. Just fry that wing directly into that oil. Can we make mala toto? What mala toto? What's a mala toto? Where am I being Chinese? I don't know what a mala toto is. I might have to look it up again. Good job on the karakore dub, by the way. I was so confused when I got over the script saying oishi, thank you. They basically gave me the script and they were like, can you read this? Can you say this? And I was like, yeah, I think so. And they were like, say that line now. And I'm like, okay. So, but yeah, I recorded as myself. I'm glad that you guys like it. I often hear about spice in Chinese cooking being very divided, numbing spice versus hot spice. Do you know anything about it? It depends on the province. We love every spice. For example, if you're from Sichuan or Szechuan, numbing spice is very, very popular there. That's why that's why it's called ma la. Ma is numb, la is spicy. Mala itself does not mean spicy. Mala technically means numbing spices. For things like mapo tofu, mapo tofu, ma again numbing. Po I think is just to to drench basically, and then tofu. So the really authentic Szechuan way of making mapo tofu should be numbing. I personally don't like the numbing, so I leave it out or I add a little bit to give that flavor, but not the numbing effect itself. But that's in Szechuan, for example, and maybe a few other provinces that specialize in it. But if there are other places, for example, maybe like Chongqing or something that also love spicy, but they don't like the numb. So it just depends on the province and what flavor they like. Why do you speak Cantonese? 因為我識講咯，關你咩事啊？我識講咪好咯，我唔識講都好㗎啦。你問我點解？我點知啫？我點知我點知講到下啫？我點鬼知啊？仆街 ！No, I'm kidding. I was like, why the fuck do you want to know? I can speak it. So, is it good that I speak it? Is it bad that I speak it? I'm kidding. I was just being sassy. I speak it because I learned it in adulthood. I live in an Asian part of Toronto, and all of my Asian friends, well, all my friends are pretty much Asian. Like 90% of my friends are Asian, but they're Cantonese Asian. I don't actually have a lot of like Mandarin speaking Asian. They're all Cantonese speaking Asian. So just by proximity and hang out with them all the time, and they also speak Cantonese amongst themselves occasionally to fling out a dule lo mo once in a while, you know. Eventually you do get to learn vicariously what words are because I use it so often. I also had a chance to visit Hong Kong at one point for a family vacation. That really solidified all of the random Cantonese phrases I learned during like friend get-togethers or board game nights. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's coming together. I can now ask where Le Yun Gai is. I can ask where Woman Street is. Okay, that in English sounds really bad. There is a street in Hong Kong. I hope it's still there. I don't know. But there is a street in Hong Kong called Woman Street, Le Yun Gai. Not Gai, that's chicken. Le Yun Gai. Cantonese has 9 intonations. It's very tricky for me as a Mandarin speaker. Le Yun Gai, okay, woman street, not woman chicken. Woman street. No, they don't have women there. I think it's like a secondhand thrifting bunch of like individual shops down the street called Le Yun Gai, and you can just basically buy trinkets, souvenirs, used clothes, basically cheap items of all sorts. It is a touristy-ish destination when I went before, but that was years before. I don't know if it's changed now. I'm sure Hong Kong also changed a lot since the last time I was there. But I remember Le Yun Gai, I was like, 對唔住, Le Yun Gai 喺邊度? I learned how to say that in Cantonese in Hong Kong. Like it's one thing to speak Cantonese with your Cantonese friends in Canada, and they're like, you're doing great, Giri, compared to speaking it in Cantonese. And she's like, 嚇你講乜嘢㗎? 聽唔到啊你? She's like, your Cantonese sucks ass. I don't understand you. What'd you say? And I was like, 唔該, 女人街係邊度啊？女人街啫嘛，妖講咁慢嘅，they start yelling at me, and I'm like, oh, sorry, yeah. So you learn the hard way. You learn you learn really quickly how to speak proper Cantonese when a Cantonese like old lady yelling at you for saying that you speak shitty Cantonese, even though that's not even my main language. 叉燒豉油雞椒鹽蝦小籠包. Yeah, I was just I wanted to make char siu and 豉油雞 for the most part, but they also require a lot of basting. So during that time, I kind of want to fill it with other things. So we're going to be making things like 小籠包 and 椒鹽蝦. 椒鹽蝦 I haven't had in a long time. People in Hong Kong speak Cantonese really fast. Yeah, that's why I feel like when I went to Hong Kong, it just really like all of the individual, for example, like the individual planks of wood of Cantonese phrases that I learned from my friends. Now, when I went to Hong Kong, I took those planks. By the minute I landed in Hong Kong and I had to be forced to talk to locals to, order food or to ask for directions, all the individual planks now got nailed down to form one piece of a piece of a floor, for example, or a piece of anything. Like there's random phrases now all pieced together, and it's like, oh, I see the whole picture. I see the language. I think I understand, especially when they're yelling at you really quickly as well. That really helps you keep up with what they're saying. I am not a native Canto speaker. All I know is how to recite stuff from HK gangster movies and curse words. Yeah, that's basically my level of Cantonese. Like, I remember having to, I told my boss I speak Cantonese. I told them I speak Mandarin and I Cantonese, but I was honest. I wasn't like the ones where I just flat out lie and go like, yeah, I speak Arabic. No, okay? Like, I was like, I speak Cantonese. They were like, oh, so what's your level? And I was like, very, very casual. Very, very casual. But I know a little bit. Like if it's just like with friends talking, I can kind of understand the gist and I can also maybe say a few simple things back. But very casual. And they're like, uh-huh. And then that was fine. And then one point, I think there was like a person that's visiting from Hong Kong. And then they were like, oh, Giri speaks Cantonese. And I was like, huh? Me? I do? I speak Cantonese. Can we make su suan guan dai? Huh? What is a suan guan dai? Is it? I swear to God, this is a D's nuts joke. I'm gonna shove my fat nuts down your throat, okay? If it's one more D's nut joke, okay? These nuts are coming out, and I'm gonna make you open wide, and I'm gonna shut. Anyways, I was like, what, me? And then they were like, yeah, it's okay. And I was like, you do know that I speak casual Cantonese, right? Like, I'm being really honest. I'm not trying to undersell myself. I just want you to know that if this is like a Cantonese envoy that's visiting, you should really find a Cantonese speaker. They're like, you're gonna be fine, you're gonna be fine. And then they were making me translate all this business jargon, and I just stood there and I was like, 我哋有呢個公司咧，呢個公司有X Y Z 所以咧你個 X Y Z 我個 A B C 如果你想買我個 X like I was like I have X Y Z we have A B C so do you want to buy the X Y Z and then if you buy it we can be 好朋友 I was trying so hard and I was like this is so awful how did I get roped in? I didn't even lie about my capability I was always honest with it and I don't know what the fuck happened and I was like never again please never again make me do that ever again like we're gonna lose business like this it's not even making it up it's the fact that I don't know how to speak so Cantonese is formal Cantonese and casual Cantonese and mine is like a 3-year-old Cantonese right even a lot of native it's kind of like Japanese where like keigo a lot of people don't know keigo everyone knows how to be polite and be like nomimasu, tabemasu, arigatou gozaimasu, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Like everyone knows basic polite, but if it's like このリンゴ差し上げます like I'm offering for you like ご存知ですか like or like 失礼いたしますけど and then it's like keigo is very very different. Even native speakers don't know keigo or they only know really really basic things that you hear all the time in a restaurant, for example. But real keigo, not a lot of people know. Same thing with Cantonese. They know how to speak casual Cantonese and maybe like basic polite Cantonese. But when it's like formal Cantonese, that's just basically Mandarin in a Cantonese accent, okay? So when I'm listening to Cantonese, I also don't understand formal Cantonese because I don't know what the words sound like in formal Mandarin words, but now said in the Cantonese way. I only know dule lomo and pokai. Okay, so like for example, Cantonese songs. I'm asking my friend. He's singing. He's having a good time.
Yuri,
and
you
I'm
say
like, what's
English
he saying?
is not your first language, and you also can't speak Chinese. Do you even know how to speak?
No, that's the thing. No, and that's enough. Sometimes it's just really not okay. And then my friend was like singing the lyrics and everything. It was a Cantonese song. He was a Cantonese person, and I was like, "What's he saying?" And
why
he
do
was
I
like,
keep
I don't
understanding
know.
Kegel?
What? Kegel? And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, what do you mean by it? What do you mean I don't know? Is it not Cantonese? And he was like, yeah, I just know the song phonetically. And I'm like, what? But you speak Cantonese. There's no way that you're just like learning this phonetically. He's like, yeah, I actually don't know what he's saying because it's formal Cantonese. Even Canto people don't know what Canto people are saying. Like, I have friends who do not understand Cantonese news because Cantonese news is very formal Cantonese. My parents actually conversely know Cantonese news because they watch the news in Cantonese because there was no other option. But they don't understand casual Cantonese because no one speaks it to them. I know casual Cantonese. I don't know formal Cantonese. It's a very weird thing. It's a very weird thing. The formal Canto is crazy. I am at the airport and have no idea what they're saying, even when it's Mando or Canto. Yeah, it's just like the words are different, the phrasing is different. My mom was dog on me going like, I thought you have all your Cantonese friends. I thought you speak Cantonese, you say you do. And I was like, I do. But I don't listen to the news and then they don't understand that it's different because I don't hear it. They don't hear the difference. Yeah. Like, oh, yeah. Something like that. Like, did you speak yet? Like, 講未啊? 講完未啊? Are you done speaking yet? 講完未啊? 仆街. 咁長氣. 咁長氣 is like, you're so long-winded. Verbal diarrhea. 長氣. It literally means long wind or long breath. Arciona, thank you for the 19 months. Thank you. I don't know how we ended up talking about Cantonese, the language. I don't remember why we were talking about that. I remember the JP Bros earlier on YouTube was like, oh, このチャンネルに英語の勉強いけそう。応援してます. And I'm like, girl, I can try, but I got all the languages, just throw it in. They're gonna learn more Cantonese this stream than English. They're like, oh, it feels like I can learn a lot more English from this channel, so I'm here to support. And in the back of my head, I'm like, they're gonna be learning all the Chinese at this point. They're gonna go back and they're gonna be like, I know how to swear in Mandarin and Cantonese. How about that? No idea how to speak anything in English.
Long winds aren't those something that happen in car parks?
Long winds? No, chang hei. Chang hei is long. Chang hei is like breath. It just means you're long-winded. In Mandarin, I don't know if it's actually called 长气. It's just 说的没完没了. 没完没了 is a casual way of saying like it never ends. No finish, no like, well, 了 also kind of means like finish or like solution. 没完没了.
For any new people coming in, let me explain what is happening today. After yapping, today Auntie Ben is going to order Panda Express. Yep.
No, no Panda Express, okay? Chang hei, long lasting. Long lasting can mean different things, kind of like this forest is long lasting or whatever. I think, don't correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't speak Cantonese. But I think Chang hei only kind of means for speaking. Or it's just like, damn, it never ends. Like that kind of a feeling when that's why you say it. Why order Panda Express when she can cook it better herself? Honestly, so true. Thank you, YouTube. Okay, thank you. Finally, some sense has been spoken in this goddamn chat. Okay, why order Panda Express when I can just make it better? Which I did last week. Although I just didn't like it as much because it was just really salty and really sweet. And I was like, why is everything just a lot of salty and a lot of sweet? Not sweet, not salty or sweet. It was just both. A lot of both. But in any case, we actually do need to get cooking. Not that we're making that many things. We're making 4 things today. However, the char siu will be roasting. The chicken will be roasting. There's going to be a lot of passive time to do other things. So I do think we should start one thing first, which is actually the dough for the 小笼包. That there was a few times where I tried making 小笼包 or 小笼包
I meant long winds as in
小笼
farts
包.
farts in car park scary.
Oh, farts in the
The onigiri will be
How
roasted.
is that a long wind? How is that a long wind? Oh my goodness. Hanekaya, thank you for the 10 months. What is the road trip? One last tangent before I get cooking, okay? The tangent is, not the tangent, sorry. The road trip is, I have decided for the year 2026 and ongoing, we'll see how long this lasts, but for now, for 2026, every first week, I farted. Every first week of the month, so starting the first Monday of the month, not the first week of the month, because sometimes, you know, the whatever first could be on a Thursday. So it's the first Monday of the month for one whole week. Could be 5 days, could be 7. It kind of depends on how much land we're covering. We're gonna go on a road trip to different parts of Japan and maybe trips abroad as well, outside of the country. Not every week, every first week of the month. Every first Monday of the month. Just to keep it simple.
Will we getting bing chilling during the road trip? I asked.
Maybe depending on the weather and also how hungry I am. We might get a little bit of ice cream. Okay. Shanghai Walkies, maybe that's looking more like a September thing or an October thing, still very loose. So for example, for the upcoming road trip that's going to be happening, our very first one, it's going to be in February. February 1st is a Sunday, not a Monday. Therefore, the first Monday of February is February 2nd, and that's going to be the start of our February road trip. For this particular month though, I was looking at the map and it looks like we're going to need about 8 days to look at all the things that I wanted to look at and also have it where it's like planned out, where it's on days where, you know, things are opened or so on and so forth. So originally I wanted to be like 5 days, so it's a little bit more contained. Also, there's more time for me to come back and practice and still do my idol shit, you know, because that still needs to be done. But I don't think it could be any shorter than that, or else we're not going to be able to look at a lot of things, or Shadow has to drive like too long of a distance. I'm trying to like break things up so he doesn't have to drive like for more than like hopefully 2 hours at a time. So we're going to be visiting the Kansai and Aichi area. Of half of Kansai, half of Aichi. Aichi will be Nagano and Gifu and Shige. I believe that's also part of Aichi. And then for Kansai, it'll be Kyoto, Nara, and I don't know where Mie belongs, but we're gonna be going to this little circle-ish area. That's gonna be for next week. Can't you practice after filming hours while traveling? But I'm like, I'm streaming for like 10, 12 hours a day. When am I gonna practice dancing? Huh? I'm gonna be so fucking tired and just like out of like no voice, no breath. I just kind of want to like collapse and take a fucking shower and like, you know, peace out, bro. I don't know. I actually wasn't planning on fit it in. Well, I mean, unless you want like, you know, a 7-hour stream, then I can fit it in. That's no problem. Do you want a shorter day? That's fine too, but I would like to be able to see like more of it and fill our schedule so that we can see more things, or at least like not be so rushed to do a bunch of things. Then we can kind of spread it out and be a little bit more relaxed. Pray for the rerun? Yeah, pray for the rerun. So the only thing that I was thinking of is like maybe we can practice a little bit on stream. Like every day we can just fit in, like I just go through the song once or twice, so at least it's kind of like fresh in my head. But I don't think I'll actually like practice because we won't have the time. Gifu has really pretty scenery during winter time. Yes, but there was a few places that are deep into the mountains. This time I would like to avoid mountains. Okay, if it's like a little temple in like a little wooded area, kind of like in the city but not quite, that's fine. But I would like to avoid going into like deep mountains this time, because I'm just the car is new. I'm sure the car is fine, or fingers crossed the car is going to be fine, but I just don't want to risk going deep into the mountains with no Wi-Fi. I won't be able to get Starlink, you know, just a lot of things. So there are a few places in like kind of like forest villages in Gifu that are really pretty, but we're going to avoid those for this road trip. We can always circle back and do more the next time. Let's find spots with the most people and then practice. Never skip on Kiyomizu-dera in Kinkatsusha. Kiyomizu-dera we're gonna go to, that's in Kyoto. Kinkatsusha, I don't remember that name, but I'll look into it. Kinkatsusha. What is that one? Kinkatsusha. Let me take a look. Kakusha, Kinkakusha, Kinkakusha. Nope, that's something else.
How about adding the sing thing to the rush? Like for that amount of subs you have to sing wherever you are.
Nope, I'm not singing. That is, I refuse. Konyakusha, no, kinkakusha. Huh? A fiance? What? Konyakusha is like a fiance. What is kinkakusha? No, not Kakashi Sensei. What's that one? It's Ginkakuji. That's a temple, right? Ginkakuji. That's a temple, I think. Ah, yes. Ginkakuji. Yeah, we're gonna go to the Kiyomizu-dera. I actually haven't been last time. I haven't been at all. I've been to Kyoto once, but it was with friends and it was really quick. So I wasn't able to go to the Kiyomizu-dera, but I'll go to all like the touristy spots. It looks very pretty though. Not Gintoki, Ginkakuji. It's like a temple with like a forest, or not forest, sorry, a park. But I heard it's like one of the few things that you should really visit when you're in Kyoto. Are you gonna go to Seki Gifu? I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar. I think we're gonna be staying around like the main city. Also, for one of the days, I would like to go to the Lego theme park. I was looking at the website. It doesn't look like they have like strict no cameras, you know, and stuff like that. So I want to be optimistic and hopeful.
Aichi
And you here,
Prefecture
welcome in.
is the center of the Brazilian community in Japan. Will we be going to a Brazilian restaurant? Also, can we in the future, for no particular reason, go to the city of Hitachi? I asked.
Hitachi? Hitachi? What's in Hitachi? I don't actually know where Hitachi is though. But I was Connor and Pete Street. Well, if they had, do you think they had special permission though? Fuck, if it's Connor, he might have had special permission. I was going to just YOLO it and see if, like, what happens. Because I was looking at the website. It didn't look like they had really strict, like, no cameras, no this, no that. Obviously, we'll be courteous and careful. So they let us in. I'll just, you know, try my best to, like, make sure everybody is happy and I don't get in trouble. But if they do turn me away, that's also fine. Like, usually with these kind of places, if they're pretty strict about it, they do bag check. So if they do check my bags and they go like, what's that? If they say no and we can't go in, it's a no. I'm not too worried. We can always like pivot and do other things back into the city. But I did ideally want to leave a day for Legoland. Then maybe we can get a Ferrari too. Maybe, just maybe, okay? But don't get your hopes up too high. We'll see if we're even allowed in yet. And then we'll go from there. 日本語喋る？日本語少し喋る。でもだいぶは英語を使っています。そして時々中国語も使っています。まあ今日は中国料理を作るので、じゃあ今回は半分半分のだいぶは英語、そして少しは中国語。
Hitachi is known as the Japanese Hogwarts.
問題
They are
日本語
famous
あ
for
れ
their
ば
tricks with
私は日
magic
本語で
wands. Really impressive.
返信できます。Known for Japanese Hogwarts. They're famous for their tricks of magic. I was like, Hitachi? Like, is that a car? Like, I didn't know. I mean, I know that we liked cars, but I didn't know we liked it like that. That's kind of crazy. Hitachi. I understand. Okay, so we're gonna start by making the dough for the xiaolongbao. I've mentioned earlier that I've tried making xiaolongbao maybe twice before, and each time I actually just use store-bought wrapper because they always say that you can just use like wonton wrapper and make xiaolongbao, and it has worked kind of sorta okay one time. The other time, it wasn't dripping, like it wasn't soupy at all. It was a nice little bun thing, but it never dripped. The second one that I made, it dripped a little. Not as drippy as I want. I want it more wet. I want it more soupy. But I also think the wonton wrapper, the store-bought wonton wrapper, is a pretty big limitation on how much meat you can stuff in and also how elastic it is to fold the dough. So we're gonna make our own dough. We're not gonna use any of that store-bought stuff because we have to depend on ourselves. Okay, when the opportunity is there, we must grab it by the horns and make it ourselves. I'm gonna go grab a bowl. I'll show you how to make it. It shouldn't take too long. It does require a little bit of resting, and that's why we're gonna make the dough first. Because we're gonna have to let it rest a little, re-knead it until it's smooth, and then let it rest for at least an hour so it's like fully relaxed, and then we're able to like massage it out and make sure that the wrapper is like nice and stretchy and elastic. The goal is to make it elastic so that when you fold it, it won't rip, and also when you steam it, it gives extra room for the soup to expand and kind of like dribble into the skin and keep it all together. So when you pull it up as well, it won't just rip because there's elasticity in the thing. Okay, a bowl, mixing bowl. Can you make soup dumpling? What do you think I'm making right now when I say I'm making xiaolongbao? What do you think I'm making when I say I am We're gonna get some bread flour. Okay, bread flour and potato starch. Okay, we're gonna need potato starch I don't know how to say this in Japanese. Katakuri ko. I don't know how to say it. I know this is like katatsuke no kata. Kuri is like chestnut, and then this is ko. But this is potato starch. I'm not sure why not cornstarch. I'm also not sure why starch at all. But this was like a new recipe that I found, and they recommend using potato starch to kind of like give the wrapper a nice softer texture. And also bread flour. This is the tsuyokuryoku komugiko. You want the bread flour if possible, because bread flour has a lot more elasticity in it, a lot more gluten. You can do AP flour, but if you want to make sure that your flour is like soft, supple, but strong, yes, like your mama's booty cheeks, that's what we're aiming for, okay? But AP flour is also fine, but ideally, bread flour. What's the difference between potato and cornstarch? Great question. Other than the fact that one comes from corn and one comes from a potato, I truly don't know. I was wondering that myself, because a lot of times when we're using it as like a thickener, it's always interchangeable, right? Like if I'm making my, like for example, my cakes, right? And I need the cornstarch to prevent the fondant from sticking when I'm rolling it, whether it's potato starch or cornstarch, it does not matter. It does the exact same thing. If you're making like a soup and you want to thicken it, or if you're making mapo tofu and you want to thicken it, cornstarch, potato starch does the exact same thing. It reacts to heat the same way. It's the same 1-to-1 ratio. You don't have to add more or less because you're using a different one. The exact same is fine. And the results are the exact same. So truly, I really don't know. Does anyone want to ChatGPT it? Or Google it and let me know, because I don't know. Cornstarch is ideally for long-cooked creamy sauces like gravies and pies, while potato starch creates a superior, clear, glossy, and elastic texture in quick cooking and high heat dishes as a stir-fry, gluten-free. There you go. See, I did not know that. That's fascinating. There you go. ChatGPT, yeah, isn't that the AI? What do people use these days for like search engine AI? I don't actually use AI. I just use Google, but Google has their built-in AI, so I'm like, whatever that is. I thought everyone uses ChatGPT. No? We use books? You use books? I thought the whole point of ChatGPT is that you don't have to use books anymore or something. Your hairdress is crazy? Like you're going for the Chinese town? Exactly. That's literally the goal. Okay, I'm having my recipe because I don't need to make like 60 xiaolongbaos. These xiaolongbaos should be quite big as well, not like the super, super small ones. They should be quite like medium-sized soup dumplings. Again, I don't want to be sitting on 60 of them. So I'm having the recipes. Everything is going to be like more for 4 people or 2 people. And we're not trying to make like to feed like a whole restaurant or diner, you know? 玉米粉与马铃薯粉有太白粉，虽然外观相似，而此为纯太不否，但两者在烹饪性能热性透明度的上分，明白了，明白了。こんばんは、明白了。I understood exactly what they said. My Chinese very good. Chinese very good. I know how to read everything. I feel like at this point my Japanese is better than my Chinese or something. I feel like I can read more Japanese phrases in kanji than I can in Chinese. Also, you have to learn simplified Chinese versus traditional Chinese. So that's also a little different. Okay, 250 grams of flour. If you're making like a lot, like bulk xiaolongbao for whatever reason, and they're not gonna be, like I said, they're not gonna be tiny like the restaurant. They're gonna be like medium sized, I think, based on like the video that I was watching. If you don't want like a bunch of them, having the recipe should be fine. So I'm gonna have it. This is all the ratio for this one is halved. You just double it if you want to make like large amounts. So this is 250 grams of strong flour, bread flour. Okay, again, AP is fine, but recommended that you use bread. High gluten flour, high protein flour. That's also exposure. You literally live in JP. Yep. That's 12. Okay, and we also need, where did it go? 小笼包, 250 grams of flour, 50 grams of potato starch. 50. Carefully, because you're not removing it will be really difficult. 52. Okay, hold on. Just pinch off the top so I don't get the flour from underneath. Okay, 50. Perfect. Your avatar and food setup is so cool. You're so big brain for this. Thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not the brains behind it though. I got a tech guy that does all that stuff. That's for him to figure out. I just stand here and I just yap and I just cook. That's my job. Salt.
Giri, I came into this stream for actual Chinese food. Where's the orange chicken? Didn't you say that the food at Panda Express is authentic Chinese food?
Girl, when the fuck did I say that? You take that back right now. You take that back right now. I dare you to say that to any like actual Chinese friend and see if you got kicked out of their house or not. 7 grams of oil, neutral oil. Again, pour it very slowly. If you're not confident in like measuring into the same bowl as you go, just do it into like a separate container and then pour it. But I'm just gonna do it really, really carefully. Neutral oil, not olive oil, okay? Not sesame oil. Avocado, sunflower, you know, maybe not even peanut oil. This is just like regular canola oil, okay? Neutral oils, 7 grams. Carefully, 7, perfect, on the dot. 7 grams, and then 155 grams or milliliters, same thing, of cold wawa. Where is my little glass container? I'm gonna get some cold wawa. It is gonna be a little bit hard to knead out when the water is cold, but coldness kind of makes the dough a lot stronger, a lot tougher. That's why we're gonna have to knead it, let it rest, knead it again, so it gets really soft and the gluten has time to develop. If you use hot water, it'll actually cook the flour and gelatinize it a little bit, and that's kind of what we want to avoid. Oh shit, that was, how did I get that much water? You don't want the flour to be gelatinized. You want it to be still like, you know, nice and raw and tough. Raw and tough. Paul, have you made dan tat? I've made it at home off stream before. I've made it before I started this like streaming stuff. And I have made it. It was semi-success. The tat itself, not the tat, sorry, the dan itself, the egg part, the custard part was good. But the puff pastry part was very difficult. The cookie egg tarts are a lot easier because it's just like, you know, like the standard pie crust. Tart crust, sorry. But the flaky one, you're making essentially like puff pastry. That's a lot more difficult. So I've made it before off stream. 汉堡王我最喜欢的中国料理 Burger King. Get your ugly ass out of here, man. Without us? Guys, this was before I started streaming. What do you mean without us? There was no us before I started streaming. What do you mean? Am I supposed to have known you guys and done things with you guys together during like the dawn of time? We've only met 4 years ago, which is quite a long time, but we've only met 4 years ago, chat. What do you mean without you? There was no us. There was no chat. I met Yuri in Toronto 7 years ago. She doesn't remember. Fall 7 years ago, I would have been... Oh no, I still would have been like neck deep in that office job 7 years ago. Okay, all right, I was just mixing it a little bit so it's like, you know, incorporated with the oil and everything. This is cold water, just cold tap water. Like with all doughs, even though the recipe says something, you still use your eyeballs and common sense when you're adding in liquid to make the dough. Sometimes you need a lot more water, sometimes you need a lot less water. It just depends on where you are, the climate, and also is it humid or is it dry. Right now it's Japan, it's cold, and it's dry-ish. So maybe we're gonna need all of the water. It also just depends on how fresh the flour is too. Sometimes flour has naturally a little bit more humidity absorbed into it, or the opposite. So never follow the recipe exactly to the dot when you're making doughs. Just eyeball it. But it should be quite tough. It should be kneadable, and it shouldn't be very soft. It shouldn't be so hard that you're like breaking your shoulders, but it should be a stiff, strong dough. So I'm gonna just make a little well here. I'm gonna put in maybe the majority of it. That's about like half, a little bit more than half. You can use chopsticks, you can use like a spoon, or you can use your hand. I feel like chopsticks or like a long spoon like this works the best. If you use like a big flat spoon, it tends to collect on the surface of the spoon. Or a fork, it just to collect in the prongs, and it just makes it like really messy. So I prefer either hands or chopstick that you can just kind of like push the dough off easily, or something that's like small and thin. So it's getting kind of clumpy and shaggy. It's probably not enough to form a dough yet, so we're gonna add more. But this is a nice way to make sure that all the flour is slowly absorbing the water and you're not like drowning it in one particular like spot. But once it's starting to get a little bit harder to mix, you can just peel it off the spoon, and then we can go with our hands. Now with our hands, you can kind of feel the texture, see what the dough is like. It's still obviously pretty dry. And we still have quite a bit of water left, so I'm not that concerned. And then just try to mix it in again. We're gonna try to aim for maybe 10 minutes of kneading until it comes together into a ball. It doesn't have to be smooth right away, especially if you're mixing it by hand. It's really hard to get smooth because you know you're a human. There's only so much pressure and so much like time you can put into kneading a dough before the gluten starts fighting back. So we're gonna knead it until it comes together, and it should be kind of cracky. And then we're gonna let it rest, let the gluten relax, and then we're gonna come back and massage it again until it's fully smooth. But it's still like a little dry. So I'm gonna add just a touch more. And then just kind of massage into the middle. Can you slap the dough? Not yet. It's not ready to slap yet. You want to slap it at its most opportune condition and state, and right now it is not ready for the slapping. Okay, this bowl is a little like narrow at the bottom, so I'm going to take it out. You'll know that it's ready to kind of like take out of the bowl to start kneading when it doesn't really stick to the bowl anymore. Like I can just grab it and I can like, it's quite clean. There's not a lot of like wet bits or anything like that. That's what my dad taught me when we're making like tougher doughs for noodles, for dumplings, and for things that require like holding like a lot of meat, or you want a lot of like chew to it. So this is fine. I'm just gonna let some water sit in there so it's easier to wash. Char siu bao or xiu long bao. I'm making xiu long bao specifically, not char siu bao. Char siu bao will be a different dough. Char siu bao requires yeast. Xiu long bao does not require yeast. Okay, so this is a quite stiff of a dough. It's a stiff boy. I feel like this is good. If you add more water, maybe you can. It'll make it a little softer. If you're kneading it and you feel like the dough is starting to fight back and it's getting a lot more rigid and it's like not stretching as well, that's probably an indication that the gluten is like forming. But because it's quite tough and also a little bit like on a drier, stiffer dough, not a very hydrated dough, it needs time to rest relax the fibers, and then we can knead it again. This one, we might want to rest it twice and knead it 3 times. So this is 1, rest 1, knead 2, rest 2, knead 3. Just to make sure it's like extra strong. What's the difference between Su and Xiao? Oh, it's just Cantonese and Mandarin. Su is small in Cantonese. Xiao is small in Mandarin. Okay, so it's coming together. The more I'm kneading it, the more it's kind of like ripping on the surface and cracking. That just means the gluten is there, but it's not like relaxed enough to be stretchy and like always folding on itself. It's not like forever, like an indefinite length. Right now the gluten fibers are forming, but they're quite short. So you want to make sure that it's relaxed and it's not as like stiff. And then we're going to come back and we're going to roll it again. So this is fine. It's like not sticking. It's like kind of tacky, not quite though. You don't really hear it sticking. But there's definitely some moisture in there. So I'm just gonna roll it into a ball. You don't have to be super neat with this, but I just like to kind of like pinch it so it kind of gets rid of like this butthole thing. Just so it's a little bit neater. But this is very optional. So you fold it into a cone. I learned this technique from making soba, like Japanese soba. Japanese soba artists, they make the big dough, it's really stiff, and they have the crack on the bottom. So to seal the crack, they basically massage it down to like a cone. So now the big crack is now a small crack, right? And then you just kind of like press down. And then the crack is gone, more or less gone. Okay, we're gonna wrap this up with saran wrap. You don't want it to dry out. You don't have to put this in the fridge either. We're only resting it like 15 minutes at a time. Just enough time so that it just relaxes a little. We're gonna knead it, let it get nice and smooth until it feels a little tight and like it's fighting back again. And then we're gonna stop, let it rest for another 15 minutes and then knead it again. And then the final rest would be like the full minimum 1 hour. Sometimes when my mom makes dumplings and stuff, like the homemade dough that we always do, my mom makes it in the morning and it's resting for like 4 hours. We have dumpling dinner on Sundays. So what she would do is wake up early, make the dough before church. We'll go to church. So the dough's done by like 10:30, right? We go to church, we come back from church, start making like the dumplings and start folding it at like 5. So it's been resting for like 6 hours. But it makes it so much more pliable and it makes it like shiny, glistening, like a beautiful dough as the final result.
Ah, that's why she left my place so early today. Was already wondering.
It's not Sunday, you nitwit. Today's Wednesday. Nice try, okay? My mama would never, on the Sabbath day, on the day of Christ, please. My mom would never. Who do you think she is? She is a devout churchgoer, for better or for worse. She would miss every church day to get blessed by me? Okay. Okay, if anything, it's tarnishing her. It's not cleaning her,
A lady
it's
who was yelling
her.
Christ kind a lot yesterday.
Shut up. Or, oh God, you mean? Is that what you're trying to say? Shut up. You're so ugly. So annoying. She would never say something like that, okay? Damn. Okay, I'm trying to, in my head, budget how long it'll take for the meat to finish. Because the chicken takes about 1 hour, a little bit over 1 hour to roast. The chashu takes also about an hour, actually, but in between, we're gonna have to take it out for rebasting and stuff like that, but they're all at different times. if you're just adding in just like pure like, you know, minutes, then they're both roughly an hour, but I think the chashu will take a little bit longer than the chicken. Just by a smidge. Oh, I hope these dishes don't slide. Oh, that dish is definitely gonna slide. Okay, damn it. I'll put it here for now. Rising, yes. Yes, well not rising, resting. It's resting. Dough needs plenty of time to relax and rise, so don't rush it. Don't rush it. It can sense that you're in a hurry, and then it'll refuse to start working, and that's when everything just goes down the drain, you know? You made a beautiful dough. You're not giving it enough time to let it do its thing fully. And then you're gonna regret it. Vulpix turned out so well, right? I was like, oh, the last few, I was like, they're okay. But I'm like, yeah, I think it's time for it to go. You know what I mean? I think it's time for it to go. But this one I was looking at and I was like, this one's kind of cute. This is more of like a displayable feature. I need to be Dude, oh my God, speaking of Bao, because Bao was the one that made that meme, I need to be bread. I was just about to fall asleep. I was just doing my nightly, you know, Twitter doom scroll and just make sure all of the DMs are answered, all that stuff. And then, you know how Shadow posted the picture yesterday? Shadow posted a picture yesterday of me in like the outfit that I was wearing for the IRL stream. And then it was just unfortunate hand placement because I think I was like talking or something. So I was going like this and then he snapped a picture in between that. And then it looked like I was like pointing like this, right? And then the caption that he wrote was, I have an announcement. And I looked like this, okay? Where I was doing something like this. And that's all he posted. And there were people in the comments that were obviously trolling, but they were like, she's pregnant. Like Shira was like, pregnancy, right? And there were people who were like, what, is she pregnant? Like, you know, there's only a few comments like that, but it was enough to be like, I'm not pregnant, okay? Anyway, so the announcement was that the official sale for my Idol concert is now live. You can buy the tickets and watch an underground Idol concert February 20th at Akiba Galaxy. 6:30 is the show, and you can buy the tickets if you're going to be in Tokyo in person. That was the announcement, and also an online Checky stream with the Idol girls. Crazy Fantasy on
must be
February
proud
12th.
to finally get a grandkid.
Yeah. Yes. Unfortunately, no. But she would be happy, but she's gonna have to wait another few years. In any case, I was like, no, the announcement's not pregnancy. And then I was again in my bed now, and then Bao doesn't really text me too much, right? So usually when we're communicating, it'll be like I communicate and then we'll wait like a few days or maybe a few hours and then they respond and so on and so forth. So Bao doesn't respond like the fastest, and that's totally fine. She has her own stuff to do. But then I just see like a Bao message and I was like in all caps lock. So I'm like, oh my God, she's in trouble, right? She's in danger. Okay, because I'm like, why is Bao texting me? Okay, like normally it's like maybe she wants to tell me something, she wants my help with something. There's always like a reason. So I'm just like, oh my God, she's dying. I gotta open this DM and read what it is because it was all caps. And then she was like, keyboard smash, Giri, are you pregnant? And I'm like, what? I completely forgot about that post by then. And I was like, huh? And she was like, what's the announcement? I saw that you were pregnant. Are you pregnant? And I was like, what? And she was like, your Twitter post, are you sure you're not pregnant? And I was like, oh my God, no, I'm not pregnant. That was just an unfortunate like hand placement. And then she was like, so what's the announcement? And I told her the announcement, and she was like, oh my God, yeah, I'm gonna say your fan chat and everything. So she was excited about that. But she was just like, yeah, someone saw your Twitter post and they sent it to me right away. And then they were like, oh my God, Gary's pregnant. And so now I got to confirm if you're pregnant or not. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, why? Okay, if I was pregnant, why would I post it on Twitter first? If I was actually pregnant, okay, normally, just judging by how long friends wait, I think you're supposed to wait at least like 8 weeks to like 3 months or something to make sure that like the first trimester is kind of when it gets a little bit like the wonkiest and not as stable. You want to pass that. So ideally, I think I heard that you want to be in the second trimester, or at least like, I think it was 8 weeks in before you publicly announce it. Because then if something, God forbid, something happens, you don't want to take back that announcement, right? So one, if I was 2 trimesters in, I wouldn't look like that, number one. Okay, I would be definitely a lot more than that, okay? 2, there's no way in hell I would announce something so like personal on a public Twitter page before telling all of my friends, okay? If that actually was the case, there is no way that I would not tell my friends and family first privately before going on Twitter and for everyone else to know, okay? Like I was like, girl, I will never not tell you before Twitter knows, especially when it's like a news that's that big, if I was pregnant. But anyways, I told her that it wasn't a pregnancy, it was the idol thing, and she was like, oh my God, excited for you, I was like, why would I announce a pregnancy on Twitter, man? 1, not Twitter's problem. 2, I'll probably wait until the last second where I can't hide it anymore to be like, surprise! Food baby, or a baby, you know, but also, who, like realistically, who? You know? Is the idol practice VOD up now? Is it not up? I thought it was up. I thought it was up or something like that. Just don't stream the birth? Well, it's not even that, dude. I don't know if anyone wants to watch like an 8-month pregnant lady walk around Tokyo.
Her daughter is finally getting her a grandchild and she herself is expecting another child with us, okay?
Shut up. Ew! My mom for a fact is in menopause. You take that back. You're gross. Gross, okay? But I don't know. I don't think just generally the internet doesn't really want to watch like an 8-month pregnant, 9-month pregnant lady walk around Tokyo, just waddling, can barely breathe, has to pee every 25 minutes, you know. I just feel like I'll be uncomfortable still streaming when I'm that pregnant. And 2, I just don't know if people want to look like as harsh or as like sad as it is, people like to see beautiful things, you know, a beautiful man, a beautiful woman, nicely dressed, you know, a nice place. No one really wants to see things that are not like objectively like beautiful or pretty. I don't think anybody wants to see a pregnant woman walk around the streets, man. Just like breathing, fighting for breath. We will get more VTubers. I guess that's
all those,
true.
what would be different to today's Earl streams?
What would be? It's plenty different. Plenty. I watched Rob. You know what? You're so true. You're so true for that. No, never mind. I take back everything that I said. If you guys watch Rob, then why would you not watch me? You know, why would you rush the baby? I guess that's true. I'm already like a VTuber. I branded out of VTuberdom to do IRL stuff for half the time. So I can always just transition back to VTubing. I guess that's fair. You're very unaware of an entire fetish subgenre. There are many people into that. That's fine. I understand that there are people who are into like pregnant ladies or like to see women pregnant, but I just don't know if my chat necessarily has a predominant number of people that prefer that fetish or preference. I'm not saying that there's not people out there. I'm just saying that maybe for my like main community. It's, you know, there's always newcomers that come in and out. They come and they go. Okay, but like just the core community, I guess. I don't know how many are like into that, you know. So don't look at me. I don't think it makes people ugly. It's not the ugly. It's not ugly as in like, oh my god, you're so ugly. It's more just like, you know, people like to have things delivered in a pretty package or in like a nice, neat package. And sometimes as a pregnant woman, I would imagine if my ankles are swollen, I can barely form a sentence, you know, fighting to go to the washroom every half an hour and just like walking real slow, like just huffing breath. You know, it's just like it's just not a pleasant thing, you know, unless you're just going for that, and that's fine. People want to see like a nice dressed woman or a man, you know, doing beautiful things while looking beautiful. So it's a normal stream. Is that what our IRLs are like now? What, that I'm pregnant? No? You huff and waddle anyways? I guess I can, huh? You know what? No, I'm not pregnante, okay? No, it was just an unfortunate finger position because I was talking like this, I think, or something. So it looked like it was pointing at my stomach. It was not, okay? I'm not pregnant. Don't worry, you'll know. You'll know second trimester in if I was pregnant or not, okay? So if I was pregnant, definitely not telling you now, okay? The earliest you're gonna find out is probably 3 months from now. Ideally, second trimester, right? Every trimester is like 3 months or something, or 4 months, whatever it is. Yeah, Pete is pregnant. Ah, shit. Yuki was getting busy. Congrats on the pomegranate. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so tempted to use the fake voice to spread information. No, I am not. I am not pregnant. I'm not a pomegranate. I don't have pregnante. Can you imagine trying to do this like idol project and also like doing this cafe thing that's like hopefully like in the soon horizon while I'm fucking pregnant? Oh my god, that would be awful. I'll be so tired. I hear a lot about moms going like for the first trimester. Not only do you get like the morning sickness, not every woman gets it, but I think most women get morning sickness, just a varying degree of how serious it is. But there's also like the tiredness because your body is like taking all the nutrients from your body to try to like feed this embryo and grow it into a baby. That I heard from a lot of moms that the first trimester is the worst, not just from morning sickness, but because of just how exhausted and tired you are. You cannot eat enough, you cannot sleep enough, you will always just be exhausted. And for like streaming where you gotta be like excited and into it, or at least that's kind of how I sell myself, or this is the me that you're used to. If I'm exhausted all the time and on the verge of throwing up, it's gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful. You will not be a trio with CF. It will be a group of 4. Shut up. I was like 4. What did I come back to? I'm not pregnant. Don't spread misinformation. Oh my god. It was just Bao thought that I was pregnant or something, and she was like, oh my god, get pregnant. I was like, are you sure? She was like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I think I would know. I think I would know. Too much biology for me. Yeah, I just hear from like, for example, like people like Maylin. Also, again, I had so many pregnant friends back in Canada. Well, now they're no longer pregnant. They all have like 2-3 kids now. But when they were pregnant, they would talk about how it's just like, you're just so exhausted. Like the mommy brain, you forget about things all the time. Or I mean, that's where I'm ready. Can you imagine me having mommy brain? I already forget what I'm saying halfway through a sentence. If I'm streaming, exhausted, on the verge of throwing up, and mommy brain on top of my barely functioning brain.
I just realized, remember for all her walking streams that she usually eats for 5 people. That's the reason. Mind blown, no way.
I don't eat that much. I think I eat regular, okay? I just like to showcase food because I think you guys like to see like fun food things or IKEA, you know. Also, I think it's been 15 minutes. I don't actually know, but I feel like it might have been. So now that it's rested a little bit, you can kind of see, or hopefully, if we were to press it, it'll be a lot more relaxed. It's not fighting back. Earlier, if we were to push it, it would just like bounce back right away. Now, if we were to push it, it kind of just gives way to our hands. So now's the perfect time to keep kneading it again. So this is the bottom. Although I sealed it, I would still like to remember where the bottom was just so that everything is in the same position. So now we're gonna knead it again, and it's getting a lot smoother. Like we're only like 3 passes in, and look how much smoother that is. Because the gluten had time to rest, and now we're forming new strands. But it's already getting tight again. I already feel it. Like you can tell by like how hard it is for the dough to fold onto itself. It doesn't want to form into a ball or like a seamless ball because the strands are like now getting stiff again. But it is really like a lot smoother now. I think we can get it smoother. I'm not sure if the camera can pick it up, but it's still like the tiniest bit rigid, like the tiniest bit. So I think we can go more. I bet your cooking is delicious. It is delicious. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him that it's actually delicious?
Just remember,
I will tell
Gam, to
him.
be safe from what I remember, there are greater risks in pregnancy for older women.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Who asked, bro? Who asked? Okay, so that one, this looks pretty good. It's definitely fighting back. Like when I push it, it just springs right back. I can feel that it's like a lot harder to knead it, but it is getting a lot smoother. So I'm just gonna do the same trick as like the soba making one, where you just, because it's like the hole is so agape, I'm just gonna slowly kind of like press it to make it a little bit more elongated, but at the same time kind of like coaxing the bottom shut, so there's no like really big gap. Because I think that if you leave it a really big gap, I always feel like the gap is gonna dry out, and then it's not gonna like make a nice uniform ball for the next knead. So I like to just, for my own peace of mind, do this, but I don't really see my mom doing this. I think she just does whatever. Okay. So now it's like I'm slowly coaxing it, so it's getting smaller and smaller into a nice little butthole. Do I have a butthole emote? How is this allowed? Oh, that's a belly button. Oh my god, I was like, is that an actual like butthole? Oh my god, you had me worried for a second. Okay, so now it's kind of like massaged in. It's not perfect, but at least it's not like huge and gaping. Okay, press it down. So it's like sealed-ish, right? But this side is the smooth side. We were very consistent. We were always kneading it, this as the smooth side, so this is the underside. We're always folding into where the crack was, which is the not smooth side. Ideally, try to remember which side was a smooth side and which one isn't, so you're not folding the dough in opposite directions. It's always in one way. So the gluten fibers are always like in nice, neat, one-way strands, not halfway this way, halfway that way. So flat side down. We're gonna put it back into our saran wrap, and another 15 minutes, and then we're gonna knead it again. And that's gonna be the last time we're gonna knead it. I think if you really wanted to be lazy and stop here, I think that's fine too. But just to really make sure that our dough like expands a lot, has a lot of elasticity, so when we have the soup in there and the soup starts to melt into the wrapper when it's like steamed, obviously when dough is steamed or wet, or hot, it gets a lot softer. So to make sure that doesn't just rip from the sheer heft of the soup, fingers crossed we have a lot of soup, you don't want it to rip. This is where the gluten will come into play. So just ideally just make sure we min-max that if we can. You are awesome, Giri. Becoming an idol while having a pregnancy at 47 is actually inspiring. You are the Susan Boyle of the street. I I'm Susan Boyle. Guys, I am now not out here about to like out other friends, VTubers, and myself. So I'll just say this as a blanket statement, okay? There are other VTubers that are the same age as me, okay? I'm not like decades older than everyone else, okay? Susan Boyle was so long ago. It's not that long ago. It's like what, 5? I think everything is 5 years ago, honestly. Okay, there are other people, other VTubers or streamers that are my age, okay? I'm not the oldest. I'm just on the old side, okay? A giant soup dumpling the size of a whole bowl. They have those. I've seen those at like little markets or whatever. That's kind of like the tourist attraction. So they have these like mini steamers. I have the big steamers, but sometimes you can buy the mini steamers that are like this big. And that's just one dumpling that they steam. And it just becomes like all soup and like a little bit of meat. And then they pack everything and they steam one big one. And because it's so big, obviously you're not gonna put into a bowl or something because the soup is just so heavy as well. They basically put a straw directly into the soup dumpling and you can suck the soup from the straw and then you can eat the dumpling. That's kind of like the gimmick, but it does look really cool. So there are actually soup dumplings as big as bowls. I just don't have the gadgetry to steam the buns in that way. So that's why they're gonna be like medium sized. They're not gonna be as tiny, but you can do that. Peter is not that old. He's not that old, but he's on the older end. He's not that old, but he's on the older end. Okay, I'm just saying there are streamers that are the same age as me. There are streamers, surprise, surprise, that are older than me. I'm not like crazy old, okay? Just old-ish. Peter is distinguished. I'm distinguished. I'm telling. Who are you telling? Your mom? She's with me right now, okay? Creed, thank you for the $10. I wanted to tip you yesterday for the really cool cake. So sorry this is a day like, oh, well, you don't have to do that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dinner on you today. Well, wait, no, I'm making dinner. Lunch tomorrow on you today. We're gonna go get some really cool bread tomorrow. I found this bakery because I didn't realize how much you guys like bread. Unless you were gaslighting me into thinking you like bread. So now I'm like, oh my God, these guys love bread. You know, like those like the Asian thing or like a mom thing, not even specifically Asian. You go like, God forbid you tell your mom, hey, these strawberries are really good, mom. And she goes like, oh really? And then the next day you come back to like fucking one skid of strawberries, right? You say the banana is good, and then your dad comes back with like 4 bushels of banana, and you're like, what? So that's me now. I'm like, oh, you guys like bread? Bread every day. Bread stream every day. Do you like bread? Am I being gaslit? Do you not like bread? Just tell me now. We'll get out of the way tomorrow, and then we'll never eat bread ever again. Am I being gaslit right now? Do you like bread? But I found this really cool bakery that basically has like a whole ass meal on a bread. And no, it's not like those soup bowls or whatever. It's just like, it's really, really cool. It's very fancy, not in that it's like delicate and super expensive. It's fancy in that like I've never seen bread used as a vessel or displayed in this way before. It looks very, very unique. And it's one of the most like interesting bakeries in all of Tokyo. So I kind of wanted to go check it out. It looked really, really cool. And I've never seen, we've walked through a bunch of bakeries before, through all of our stream days, but this one is the most unique in terms of presentation and what they're pairing with the bread. Very, very cool. I've never been there before myself, so it'll be my first time too. Please scold your daughter for getting bread. Do you guys like bread? No? You don't like bread? I am an Asian, so bread is kind of like a snack instead of a meal for me. Yeah, I treat it like a meal. No, I treat it as a snack too. I don't really treat it as like this is what I have to eat for dinner or for lunch. This is more like a side thing. But in Japan, they do bread completely different. Even Hong Kong and like Chinese bakeries don't do bread the way that Japan does. There are a lot of similarities for some, but there are also a lot of very unique takes and unique spins on Japanese bakeries. Is Mousie's pop-up in Japan? Or Mousie has a pop-up? You mean the cafe? Mousie has a pop-up? Are we talking about bread, clothes, or the cafe? What are we talking about now? A meal on bread sounds like a pizza or a sandwich. No, no, no. Better than that. Dollar donut. I already addressed it. If you were listening, you would know. I already addressed it. I have pretty much eaten only bread for 3 months or more, I think. I used to be those girls that eat bread or like toast or have a little bit of like, you know, Nutella or peanut butter on the toast and just eat it for breakfast. But I just felt like it was too like heavy. So I just forgot it. Now I just use like, I don't really eat breakfast, but after like ditching bread, I just kind of eat things like yogurts or like a fruit. But I think in Asian culture, we don't eat bread too much. Like even in Japan, they distinguish it between Western breakfast and Eastern breakfast. So Western breakfast would be toast with a little bit of bacon or Japanese bacon, mind you. You know, egg and something else, like very delicate plating, but it'll still be bread. And then Eastern breakfast would be like the miso soup with the rice and the salmon and everything like that. And I'm like, why in Japan, if you're visiting Japan, why would you ever choose the Western breakfast? Always get the Eastern. I think it's so much more balanced, healthier, tastes better, because it's just bread. Kaya toast with a soft-boiled egg, yeah. Do you guys have unhinged ways of enjoying your bread? I felt like one day I decided to use toast. Hear me out, guys. This is gonna sound real crazy, okay? Hold on to each other or hold on to your chair because you're about to get blown away, okay? I showed it to my mom and she thought this was like the craziest thing ever. And she's like, how could you? Okay, get this. I got toast, toasted it so it's nice and warm. I got a little bit of I got my half of it is Nutella, half of it is peanut butter, and then in the middle, because the toast is still nice and warm, I will spread a glob of salted butter in the middle, sandwich it, and eat it. Whoa. That's a wild one. That's a wild one. I was literally making it. Honestly, it tastes like fucking delicious. Okay, it's not even that weird. But like to my Asian mom, that was hella weird. My mom was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, I think it'll be new. Like bread with butter tastes good. Bread with chocolate spread tastes good. Bread with peanut butter tastes good. So why would not bread with butter, with chocolate, with peanut butter on one bread not taste good? And she was like, I have never seen this in my life. This is what a barbaric concoction. Tasted good. But she thought it was crazy. No wonder you look like you're in your third trimester. I had it once. And then there was also one where my mom was like, do you think money falls from trees? Because I used like the crunchy, nutty peanut butter and I put butter and I also put honey on it. So I thought honey and peanut butter was also another crazy, never seen flavor combination until I realized it was actually just really, really basic. Just no one eats it in my home, but I thought I was fucking Robinson Crusoe over here with like discovering new flavor combinations. And my mom is just like, what are you doing? Do you think like honey is free? Peanut butter is free? Because I was using the nutty ones. They were a little bit more expensive. And I was like, but it's good, mommy. They have peanut butter with honey in a jar. Really? Really? Giri just flaunts your wealth in front of other people. No, that wasn't the intention. We had honey, and my mom buys it in bulk anyway, so it wasn't like, sure, honey is like more expensive as a sugar thing, but it's overall, it's not as expensive as other honeys. And then just peanut butter, we buy it by like the fucking 2-liter tubs, not 2-liter, but the 1 kilogram tubs, the ones again from Costco. So I thought I was going crazy with it. When I first told my mom that there's this thing that Western kids eat in public school, and it was peanut butter with strawberry jam, my mom could not believe her ears. She could not even fathom that this was a thing that children eat every day, and this is like a staple and like a recognized like meal flavor combo in Western society. I was like, I want to try this thing that everyone in ESL is teaching me about. My teacher in ESL was telling me about PB&J. And she's like, what's PB&J? I was like, peanut butter and jelly. She's like, jelly? And I was like, yeah, I don't really know about the jelly part, Mom, because I was confused about the jelly thing. I always thought jelly was Jell-O. So my mom was like, Jell-O? Why are you eating like Jell-O with peanut butter? And I'm like, girl, I don't know. Why are you looking at me? I don't know why they eat Jell-O. This is just like a Western thing. You moved me here. I don't know. And then I realized that it was like just like jam. Like people can also just use jam. So I was like, oh, maybe these people use jam. Other people use Jell-O, i.e. jelly, but I think it's Jell-O because I didn't know the difference. So I told them about the strawberry jam thing. And then they were like, weird, but not bad, but very weird. My mom didn't like it at first. She didn't want to accept it. Toasted honey, the decadence, yeah. I remember I wanted to try like, apparently grape jelly was the standard, not strawberry jam. Grape jelly or grape jam was the standard for PB&J, apparently. I learned that way after. And I wanted to get grape jam, and grape jam never sells in bulk in Costco. It's always strawberry jam. So my mom was like, no, none of that expensive stuff. So I had to basically like, I didn't eat my first like grape jelly PB&J until like adulthood, when we would go to like the American like breakfast restaurants, and they'll usually give you like marmalade, grape jelly, blueberry jam, strawberry jam. They give you like a bunch of options. I would always like, you know, I never had marmalade until I was adult too, because of the little jam samples they give you. And then I would like, I would be like, you're gonna eat that marmalade? No? Okay. I love marmalade. I was like, you can make jam out of oranges? This is amazing. It's like fresh, it's tangy, it's like sweet. It's not even like sour, but it's just like that citrus freshness. I loved it. But I was just like, grape jelly, I'll never be able to buy this ever. I'll just, so I would like at the restaurant, I would ration it, my jelly and my marmalade, and then I'll take the extras. Like just not the whole thing, just like, you know, 1 or 2 extra, put it in the bag. Something like that, you know. I was kind of a wild child. I never had a Crustable, ever, to this day. I don't even think I've had like the lunchbox things, like where you put the lunches together. What is it called again? I suddenly forgot. But I don't think I've had that either. I think I've had a knockoff version once, and that was like last year or something, or 2 years ago. I felt like it was really recent, but I've never had a Crustable or the Lunchmates, is that what it's called? The little pizza ones, which is little just Lunchables. When does the cooking start? I'm waiting for my dough. Is it soft? She's not that soft yet. She's still, I don't know if you can tell. Kind of like how I was mentioning, like you'll know it's ready to like, once rested enough, if you were to push it and it doesn't really bounce back. Like she's better, but still a little bouncy. I don't know if you can see that. Maybe if I press on the top. She's still a little bouncy. I think we can give her maybe another like 5 minutes or so. Slap it, we're almost there. I do like to stroke it though. I'm not much of a dough slapper. I'll slap it because you guys like to slap it, but I'm more of a dough like stroker. I like to, like, especially when you did a good job and it's nice and smooth. And then, like, for example, for bread as well, or for like softer doughs too, and you put the flour on it, and then you're kind of like making sure that all the flour is nice and even on the dough, or in this case, like, because it's nice and stiff, you don't need that. I like to just like stroke it. It's like a stim. You know when you like to fidget with things, or there's things that feel good along your fingers, like your finger pads. So you kind of like repeat the action, kind of like it's a stim, right? My stim is like touching the dough. I only just found out about Pop-Tarts. Honestly, I don't really like Pop-Tarts. I was fortunate enough to have it, I think maybe like in high school or something. I think it was on sale at Walmart. My mom was like, okay, fine, you can get, I had never had KD, by the way, Kraft Dinner, like mac and cheese. I've never had it in my life. Anyways, I was finally able to get the Pop-Tarts though, but I didn't really like it. I didn't really like it. I remember having to beg my mom for egg waffles. Like, you know, like Lego my Eggo. Anyone know Lego my Eggo? I have a friend that lives in America. We grew up together. Well, like, you know, we would visit each other, family, like childhood friends, so on and so forth. Her family was a little bit more well off than my family. My mom and her mom were elementary school friends, and they maintained that friendship all the way into adulthood. That's why we know each other. And then, so their family's a lot more well off. And then I remember going to their family, I stayed over, and then they fed me Eggo waffles. Whereas in my house, I'm gonna get like toast with peanut butter and jelly, maybe leftovers, maybe like white congee with like no salt in it, which like in hindsight, why am I even complaining? That sounds amazing. But when you're like, you know, 11, you want to eat like the Western stuff, right? Because you always eat the Chinese stuff. You know, you always crave what you don't have. And I was like, they were like, it's breakfast, and that's what I was expecting. Leftovers or like white congee, or just like some random thing. And they gave me like fucking Eggo waffles with like real maple syrup and a slab of butter. I was like, this is amazing. I was like, y'all live like this? And she was like, you've never had Eggos before? And I was like, no, I didn't even know this existed, you know? And she was like, I eat this all the time. I was like, you eat this all the time? You don't eat like this because it's like your birthday or you did good on school or something like that? She's like, no, I eat this all the time. I was like, I can't believe this. I was having culture shock with my own friend. And then I went back, and then I was like, Mommy, can I get waffle? Because my, you know, like auntie make Eggos, and she was like, what is that? And then I pointed it, and she was like, oh, that's too expensive. Why would you want to eat that when you can eat rice? And I was like, okay, thank you, Mommy, that's fine. I understood that like she just doesn't want to spend money and on frivolous things. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll just never eat Eggos ever again. However, I guess in my mom's defense or whatever, I just never really ate Eggos ever again, for whatever reason. And then in adulthood, I remember strolling the Walmart in the frozen section, and I saw the Eggos, and I was like, I have a core memory about this. I remember eating the Eggos at my friend's house, and it was amazing. And now that I'm an adult, my mom is not here to peep over my shoulder. I can buy whatever I want. And guess what I did? I bought a box of the Eggo waffles, and I was like, this is gonna be amazing. I'm gonna relive that core memory. I can do whatever I want now. I am, you know, the driver to my own life. And then I ate it, and I was like, why is it kind of shite? I didn't like it anymore. I was like, wait, what did I do wrong? Like, I toasted it, I put it into the toaster, I did the butter, the maple syrup, everything. And I was like, why does it not hit the way that it did when I was like 8? And I was like, I don't understand. Like, I will always be chasing that high. I will never find that high ever again. I did everything right. It just doesn't taste good anymore because I think I'm just an adult then, by then. But I was like still hoping that that high, that nostalgia will still be there. It's not there anymore. It's not there. I just don't think it's good anymore. So I just never craved Eggos ever again. I just like think back fondly on that memory and I treasure it. I hold it into my heart and never let it go because I just know that I won't be able to get that feeling again ever. I prefer the Aunt Jemima frozen waffles. The really early 90s frozen waffles are quite ass. I have been using golden. I just never had waffles. On a lucky day, my mom would go to Costco and buy pancake mix. So like the 2 kilogram large ones, all you have to do is add milk to it, and then it's just voila, pancake mix. So on like really, really special Saturday mornings, we'll get pancakes, and it will be from the mix. But I never had waffles. Like I never had a waffle iron, none of that stuff. So the Eggo waffle was like the only thing that the closest to a waffle that I've ever had at home. 2 kilos was, it's the Costco ones, like the huge bulk ones. Is it a kilogram? I'm pretty sure it was 2. It was like a really big bag. Like the bag was literally like this tall. I'm sure that's 2 kilograms. This is 1 kilogram. So I think what I had was 2. And I used to remember really vividly like the Costco instant mashed potatoes that also came in the 2 kilogram bags. All you have to do is add hot water to make mashed potatoes, and I would fucking love that shit because my mom didn't know how to make mashed potatoes for whatever reason. I almost got food poisoning that one time with her mashed potatoes, so I kind of like fear it. So I would like unironically love the Costco mashed potatoes. I think they were so good. Just add water to it. All right, I think it doesn't bounce back as much. It takes the pressure a lot easier. It takes the dent a lot easier. It doesn't fight back. So one last knead. This is already quite smooth, like you can tell. You can also feel it if there's like touch-o-vision, you can feel it. But just one more, just to make sure that the elasticity and the gluten is just like really, really in there. If you were using a machine, you would still repeat this the exact same way. You're gonna use the machine on low and make the dough. Once it comes together, make it to like a medium speed and then just massage, like beat it for like, I don't know, 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Make sure it's nice and elasticy. Let it rest for 15. On medium speed, beat it again for 5 to 10 minutes. Let it rest for 15 minutes. Beat it again on middle speed for about 5 to 10 minutes, you know? So if you're using a stand mixer, it'll still be the exact same process. It doesn't make the resting phase any shorter or anything like that. You want to make sure this dough is like glistening. Shadow needs help? What happened? Can you make porridge for Shadow? I'm making congee. He got sick today unexpectedly. I think this morning he woke up fine. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave for my like what is it called? Vocal lesson trial. And then he was like, I think I'm sick. And then this guy, I have been taking care, I've made him eggs. I've made him honey, lemon, ginger tea. I've made him all the things that he wanted. My whole body has chills now. Are you eating the medicine that I gave you? He also has a bit of the cough. And I bought the cough medicine that Twinnie said worked really well. I bought Twinnie some cough medicine when she was sick over New Year's, and she said it worked really well. I got the exact same one for him. You ate it already? Okay. I don't have congee, bro. Congee's gonna take at least an hour to make. Unless you want to order it. Or you just wait until I'm done. Are you that hungry? I thought I gave you like snacks. What medicine is it? It's the Matsumoto Kiyoshi, like in their own brand of cold medicine. It's meant for coughs. Seki means cough. Nodo means throat. For him, he was having some coughs. I couldn't help myself. So I got the cough one instead. Okay, same idea. I'm just gonna pinch everything close as much as I can. It's kind of like busting open. again because it's nice and like stiff. But look how smooth this baby is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, this one's not collapsing. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh. So you can't even flatten it. That's how strong it is. There's so much tension in here. Yeah. Anyways, so that's my dough. It's so smooth. I want to rub it all over my face. I won't, but I want to rub it all over my face. Oh yeah. See? If you okay, also if you put a dent into it, it'll bounce right back. It won't receive the pressure of your finger. If you just leave it be, it'll just completely be smooth again. So that's how you know your dough is tight. Tighter than your mom. Tighter than your mom ever will be. Bitch! Okay, anyway, I'm done now. I'm done now. That kind of got away from me for a second. Okay. It's a belly button. I wasn't gonna call it that, but yes, you can definitely consider it as a belly button. We're gonna cover this up nice and tight. Okay, so now that we've kneaded it twice, rested it twice, kneaded it 3 times, we're gonna now let this just rest at room temperature for at least an hour. We're gonna probably just aim for the hour. Probably not, there's not gonna be an at least, probably just the hour. But you definitely wanna aim for about that, just so that it fully has time to completely relax. We're gonna roll it into a log, we're gonna cut it into pieces, we're gonna put meat into it, all that stuff. If you want to make sure that there's a lot of tensile strength, but you're not fighting it to like knead it open and flat, you want to make sure it's completely relaxed. If you're doing this in the morning and you're going to make xiaolongbao at nighttime, then put it into the fridge, okay, because you don't want the dough to get like warm and weird. But before you're ready to use it for the evening, take it out at least an hour beforehand so it has time to come back to room temperature, because cold dough will, even when rested, cold dough will also be a little bit tough. And you want it to be as malleable and as easy as you can to make the bun shape and everything. You want to make sure your skin is very soft. So take it out at least an hour before using it if it's in the fridge, but you can probably leave this safely on the countertop for like 2-3 hours. Should be no problem. When my mom makes the dumpling skin for church and stuff, I think she just leaves it at room temperature the whole day. Like we would, again, like I said, leave at 10:30 in the morning, start making it at 5. I think that dough is just on the countertop for the whole 6 hours and nothing's ever happened. But if you want to be safer, put it to the fridge. But I think it's fine for at least like 3 hours on a countertop. There's no like egg in here. There's no milk in here. Nothing really causes it to spoil. It's just water, a little bit of oil, and flour. So nothing in here will start rotting if you leave it on the countertop. So we're going to leave that there. Let it do its thing. Don't look at it. Okay? The more you look at it, the tougher it's going to get. When you forget about it, it'll get softer. 2 hours into stream, 4 dishes planned. We have a dough ball. I have reasons, okay? I have reasons. Hear me out. Hear me out. Damn. Okay. And the reason is, for chashu, I've made it before. For roast chicken, and just for any kind of chicken that requires marinating, I've also made it before. And usually when I do make them, I make everything on stream, which means there's not a lot of time to fully marinate the meat, which does affect the flavor at the very end. Even though it's like, yes, everyone understands that if you're not marinating for the full overnight or for the full at least 2-3 hours, it's not gonna penetrate, and it's like everyone understands that. But it's like, I could have had it penetrate more if I did it the night before, or there's plenty of time to have it marinate. So it's not my intention to do it without you. However, I just feel like for these dishes, full marination and full penetration is definitely very important. So I did actually marinate the meat already. Okay, it's been sitting on the countertop just to kind of get back to room temperature a little bit because this was in the fridge up until right before I started streaming. So this is a Xiao Gai base. I'll walk you through what I did. But this is a whole chicken. If you can't find whole chicken, I recommend chicken legs. So the ones with the bone in there and the skin on and everything. I don't recommend just using like chicken breast with nothing on it. I recommend having some bone in there to make it juicy when you're roasting it. But a whole chicken if possible. This is a tiny little chicken guy. And for char siu, I also made this before my singing class today. So I did all of this, the marinade and the prep, before my singing class. I woke up early today to do all this so that I was going to be ready for stream tonight. I had this marinating now for 9 hours. It's been 9 hours since I marinated it. I'm just letting it slowly come back to room temperature, and then we're going to start roasting. It's going to take about an hour to roast everything. Of all the words you can use, what did I say? You cooked without us? I marinated without you. I didn't cook without you. I marinated without you. Okay? So for the soy sauce chicken, it's actually really easy. Basically, you take your chicken, okay, you pat it dry. You can wash it, pat it dry. I spatchcocked my chicken, okay? The chicken came whole. Spatchcocking just means you take the backbone out, the middle backbone, cut it out, yank it out, throw it out. You can leave it for stock if you want. For me, I didn't need it, so I just threw it away. Now that you have like a gaping hole, it'll flatten better. And then when you flatten it, you'll gape it. And then from the inside, you're gonna see the breastbone. You're gonna cut the little cartilage where it is to fully have your chicken lay flat. So that's what spatchcocking is. So this has been spatchcocked and been marinating. The seasoning, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, what else is there? Oyster sauce, honey, black pepper, a little bit of green onion, and we're going to use a little bit of butter just to kind of like help the skin get a nice color later, but there is no butter in the marinade itself. No oil in the marinade. It's just soy sauce, dark soy sauce, honey, and you know, a bunch of other things. Massage it, and we're chilling. That's the chicken marinade, okay? And then for the char siu, you can use a pre-made char siu marinade. I heard that Lee Kum Kee actually does a really good one. I think they sell it for like 700 yen to like, you know, 900 yen. I actually really wanted to buy one, but I didn't intend on using a pre-made one for this stream. Also, I just kind of forget to buy it. Sometimes the Chinese grocery stores don't have it. You have to go to like different ones to find it. In any case, this is a homemade marinade. Also pretty simple. It does take a little bit more time. You have to basically get pork shoulder. This is about 2 pounds of pork shoulder. For 2 pounds of pork shoulder, you want to use 5 tablespoons of sugar, 3 tablespoons of honey. I'm reading from my little notepad. 3 tablespoons of soy sauce, 2 pieces of fu yu. Fu yu is fermented tofu blocks. You want to get the red ones if you can. The concept of it sounds a little bit weird, but it's very salty, it's very sweet, it's very umami. They look like little tofu cubes, but they're spreadable like peanut butter. It has the exact consistency of peanut butter when you spread it, but when it's selling in the jars, they're usually simmered in like oil, and they're like little tiny tofu blocks. They go great with like congee or like rice, plain things, but in this case, we're using it as a marinade. It also goes great for like hot pot sauces and everything. So 2 blocks of those, the red ones, because, you know, char siu is red. A little bit of ground garlic, if you have it, fresh or the pre-minced one, that's also fine. Half a teaspoon recommended red food coloring, okay? The red fermented tofu will not give you a full red color. Because there's so much soy sauce and honey and everything else in it, ultimately it will just be a brown marinade. If you wanted to have the aesthetics of a char siu and have it be red, either use like the red rice yeast powder thingy that's natural, or red food coloring. I have red food coloring because I bake a lot, so I just added a crap ton of red food coloring to give it that color. The last few times I did this, I didn't give it enough time to marinate because I made everything from scratch on stream. Also, I forgot the red food coloring because I was like, the color is optional, but it does really fuck with your eyes a little bit. It's because it doesn't look like a red chashu. It just feels like I'm not eating a chashu. So this time I made sure that it's marinated long enough and also red. The original recipe says that when you do the marinade, you're supposed to boil it on the stove and put a cornstarch slurry in it so it can thicken into a nice thick paste before, and then cool it down, obviously, and then put it into the meat to marinate so the marinade is nice and thick and the meat clings to it. Because I was in a hurry today for my music lesson, I forgot that step. So I made the marinade and I put the meat in. So this is what it looks like. I forgot about the whole cooking step to make the sauce thick. So I hope it's not going to be detrimental to the final result of the chashu. It just means that maybe the sauce will be a little bit thinner and it won't stick as much to the meat. But I also gave it like 9 hours to marinate, so it can't be too bad. We'll see. We'll see, but I forgot. I was doing it and I was like, I feel like I'm missing something. And then I looked at my phone where the recipe was and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to cook the sauce. But it's already in there. The sauce was already in the meat, so. Anyways, fingers crossed that I didn't ruin it too bad, but it's still, like the sauce is quite thick. I don't know if you can see. Like it's not like watery or anything, but maybe it could be thicker. I don't know. But that's the vibe we're going for. Can I substitute pork with beef or lamb for chashu for us Muslims? This is actually halal, by the way. Apparently this chicken was halal. That's also a Muslim thing, right? Halal? I think so. This chicken was halal. But yes, in Cantonese barbecue shops, a really common flavoring for the chashu, but that's not pork, is actually chicken. It's called sugai. So there's siyaogai. Siyaogai means soy sauce chicken. Sugai means roasted chicken. Just like how we do chashu, which is also like the su is the su and chashu. So you just take the exact same marinade, basically. It tastes exactly the same, except one is pork and one is chicken. I personally actually really like sugai at the Cantonese barbecue shop stores. I don't actually like the soy sauce ones as much because I like the nice crust of the roasting and everything. Anyways, so I'm pretty sure you can just use the exact same marinade on the chicken instead of on the pork. It's gonna be like a sweeter red sauce based marinade. So you can do that. I don't see why you can't use beef or lamb, but I feel like maybe the final result will taste a little bit different. I'm actually gonna flip my chicken. I forgot to flip my chicken so I can get an even marinade color. I'm just gonna flip it a little bit so it can, before we're ready to roast, it can kind of seep into the bottom side a little bit better. Or veal might also work since it's less flavorful. It doesn't hurt to try to see, but in an already established dish, we do actually replace pork with chicken, and it's just called sugai. So I actually really like sugai. I think it just tastes a little bit more fun than siyaogai. Sometimes I crave a siyaogai, but sometimes, or for the most part, it's a sugai for me. Okay, I'm gonna cover this back up. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the filling for the bao first, because the filling also needs a little bit of time to marinate and just kind of like get the flavors to know each other. Optional, but if you want the filling to taste a lot more like full, I suppose, then I would recommend doing the filling and then letting it also sit for at least 30 minutes or for however long it's gonna take for us to finish everything else. So the marinades are marinating. We're gonna roast that right after. We're gonna grab our bowl, any bowl. Before that though, we're gonna cut some veggies. Actually, we'll probably just cut it directly into this bowl. I have pork. Again, if you can't eat pork, for whatever reason, you can use beef, turkey, chicken, anything like that. That's all completely fine. I have garlic, right? Yes, I have garlic. Oh, oyster sauce. Okay. The filling, we're gonna keep it pretty simple unless you're looking for like a very specific like flavor profile or something. But I'm gonna keep the filling really basic because I want the soup to kind of be the most impressive thing about it instead of like the actual like how fancy or how many different ingredients there are in the stuffing itself. But this is pork. Again, you can use whatever makes you happy. Duck chashu. Duck, I think, just tastes good if you just roast it the classic way, like the Cantonese roast duck or like the Peking roast duck. I never really had it in like the chashu style, but I think duck itself has like enough flavor by itself to not need it. But you can try and let me know. I don't know how many sprigs of green onion that I need, but for this particular stuffing, the veggie portion of it is going to be green onion and garlic as the aromatizer. But you can also add things like cabbage or chive or whatever you want. If you have a favorite flavor from Din Tai Fung and you want to mimic it, use that. This is like basic bitch, still delicious, but basic bitch, bare bones seasoning. The skewer to the meat and the roast. Oh yeah, it's the skewer part. Cha also just means like fork. It can also mean fork. I'm gonna cut my really long ass spring onions. I'm gonna cut them small because they're going into the stuffing. I don't want to be eating like huge chunks of green onion. You can also just food process it. But where is the fun in that? And garlic as well, you can just mince it. Or pre-minced garlic is fine too. And I kind of want this to be meat heavy or meat forward. Oh, you can also use things like dried mushroom. That'll also be really yummy. That's also another thing that my mom likes to add in for like bao stuffings and stuff. I actually forgot about the whole mushroom thing, so we're not gonna use that. It takes time to rehydrate. Anyways, there's a few big pieces that didn't get fully chopped, so we're gonna chop that. Okay, nice and small, or as small as you can get it. Put it in there. Grab a little bit of garlic. Oh, shoot. Don't dox me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Grab a little bit of garlic. Oh, these garlics have sprouted. Do I have... Yeah, there we go. I was like, that garlic has been on my countertop for like 4 months, I think. It's not rotten, but I think they're like making babies. It's like busting open a little bit and there's already like sprouts coming out. The sprouts make it a little bit bitter. So I don't recommend eating garlic with like the green sprouts coming out. I've cooked with it before, but if they're really, really big, I would recommend just not using it. But if it's just like a little bit, it's fine. But it does make it a little bit bitter. For garlic, I guess I'll just use, that looks like a lot. I don't think we need this much garlic, but we're committed now. We're gonna chop all this garlic into a small, oh shoot, I cut the wrong side, into a small mince. Kind of same concept as the green onion. You want it as small as possible, and this will be a lot easier if you just use a food processor. Or those small garlic ones. Is that why I'm dying? What? I don't even put garlic in the food for you. And we've been eating like 7-Eleven salad. What do you mean? I haven't been cooking recently because we've been eating fucking 7-Eleven salads. That's our like hyperfixation. What are you talking about? This guy like acts like if I can cook for him every day or something. Okay, I smack my garlic so I can peel it easier. And it's not like the garlic is infested. It's just a little bit bitter. You can never have too much garlic, true, especially for like Asian cooking. Definitely not. Have my little garlic pieces, since they're already smacked. If you cut them, they'll just turn into smaller pieces, and then we're just gonna go back and give it a finer chop. One day I wanna be able to be comfortable enough with the knife to chop things without having to look at it. That's the goal for this year. When I first started streaming, my goal was to crack eggs with one hand, and that was surprisingly easier than I thought. So I was able to do it like pretty much right away. But one of these days, I want to be able to chop like a green onion or like a zucchini or something that's like long, or a cucumber, and be able to have like even thin slices but looking upwards and cutting it without cutting my fingers off. I can cut pretty confidently, but I always have to look. I want to be able to not look. I think it'll be a cool showstopper, you know. They'll be like, whoa, you can do what? How is the see you gay? The see you gay is see you gaying. It's marinating, so it can be a little bit more see you, and then we're gonna put the gay in the oven. And it'll be a nice roasted gay chicken. Gay as in chicken. Guy. Okay. We're marinating the gay. And we're gonna roast them. Okay. Garlic, nice and fine. Probably a little bit too much than we really need, but meh. It's fine. Okay. Garlic is in. Now we can start adding in all the flavors and everything. If you have the time, you can use hot water and make like an onion, like a green onion, ginger, black pepper, kind of a water stock to season the meat so that the water isn't just normal like bland water. It's optional, but I do think it makes a flavor difference so that your meat tastes a little bit more like wholesome and a little bit more full-bodied with like savory components. But I didn't have the time, so we're not gonna do that. But it's a suggestion that you can do. You just basically get some green onion, some ginger slices, the whole black pepper, maybe toast it a little bit to get some aroma, and pour hot water over it, and it can just like kind of steep a little, and then wait until it cools down. Don't put hot water into cold meat, and then you'll have like a nice savory water. See you gay is soy sauce chicken. Yeah, see yao gai. Yeah. What is Yeem? Salt and pepper shrimp. Ju is pepper, Yeem is salt, Ha is shrimp. That's one of my personal favorites from Chinese restaurants because it's kind of hard to make at home. Also a little bit like excessive and messy to make at home because you have to fry it and everything. But that's actually my personal favorite dish, the Yeem Ha. I remember eating it at Big Land Farms. If you're Torontonian, Scarboroughian, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Big Land Farms does not exist anymore. It's closed down, I think. But I remember eating it for the first time at the hot food bar. I remember when like the TNT adjacent, or like the predecessor to TNT, was a store in Toronto called Big Land Farms before TNT took over. And that was the first Chinese grocery store that had a hot bar that sold hot food that you can buy as takeout to go home. My mom bought the Yeem Ha, and I just like a whole new world. It just opened up my eyes, okay? I was like, this is the best shit ever. I love a good Yeem Ha. Okay, we'll use a spoon for now, but we're gonna go in with our hands later. I think it's just easier to mix with your hands. But right now, just to keep our hands a little bit clean while we're adding in ingredients, I'll just use a spoon. Just give that a little mixy mix, just so it's a little bit even. Don't worry about it being too like not pulverized. We want to make the dumpling or the stuffing nice and supple and soft and juicy. So we're going to be incorporating quite a bit of water to make sure that the meat swallows as much wetness and moisture as it can. Outside of adding like the soup element, which I'll show you later, you do want to make sure the meat itself is nice and juicy too. You don't want a dry, unwatered meat. You know what I mean? So we're gonna mix that up. We're gonna add some salt. A little bit, not too much, because we're gonna have other salt components. We're gonna add a little bit of soy sauce. Eyeball it. Just a splashy, like a small splash. We're gonna add a little bit of oyster sauce for a little bit of sweet and a little bit of salty. Oyster sauce, usually you're gonna smack its ass a little bit. Oyster sauce just kind of like comes out in like big globs if you're not careful. So I'm just gonna smack its ass like gently. So it comes out slower. Okay, that's good. Give it a twirl because it's kind of messy. That's good. If you wanna make it more sweet and salty, then add more oyster sauce, but I think that's pretty good already. And add in a little bit of, and then just go crazy with whatever else. So you want to add 5 spice, add 5 spice. I'm gonna add in white pepper and black pepper because we're fancy like that. If only I can spin it. Woo. Why did I want to spin it? Why? I was having a peaceful evening. Things were going according to plan. We were moving at a nice pace. I just had to ruin it. I just had to ruin it. And now the water is like under here too. Ugh. Anyways, ignore that. You don't need to water your cutting board. The goal is to double spin the shaker. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're gonna put the shaker notion to rest. I'm gonna refill it with a little bit more just regular water. Let's ignore that, shall we? Let's ignore that. Why are you trying to be fancy? Because I wanted to be fancy and cool and spin the thing. Anyways, we're going to be fancy in the fact that we're going to add it. So insert pepper grinder spin. Okay, spun. And then we're fancy in that we're going to add black pepper and white pepper. If you only have black pepper, use black pepper. But I think white pepper adds a nice, like, extra florally note to the pepper. I think the black pepper is like nutty. The white pepper is like, it's hard to describe. It's like spicier and also a little bit more floral. And I prefer that flavor. Oh, an MSG. Where's the MSG? Aha. Crucial ingredient. MSG. Oh, a little bit of sugar too for balance. Even savory things need a little bit of sugar. Chinese cooking, we don't really like the super sweet profile in our food, but we do add a little bit just to balance out the salty. Like the tiniest bit. We're gonna need a little bit more for the Yeem later. Okay. So we're gonna mix this. So you want to keep stirring it in one direction. We want to basically pulverize the meat until it's no longer in strands and no longer in its, like, you know, the grated minced like little lumps and clusters. You want to spin in one direction to promote like the fibers from breaking apart. Not two ways. Don't go one way this way, the other way this way. You're gonna ruin it. Ruin it, okay? Ruin it. Don't question, just do. So choose one way And then you're gonna see it that it's gonna get a little streaky and a little bit stringy. It's not happening too much, but it is the beginning parts of it. You can kind of see the bowl is getting a little cloudy. The meat is not like as individually clustered. It's a lot more like, you know, pasty. And a lot more like a clumped, homogeneous. Your hands are gonna be tired, okay? Your hands are gonna be really, really tired, but this is all just part of the vibe. So once it's like kind of evenly mixed in, we're gonna add a little bit of water at a time. You don't wanna add in all the water. You're gonna overwhelm the meat, and the meat will not have enough time to suck up all of the extra moistness. こんばんは、はつみです。よろしくお願いします。来てくれてありがとう。中国語料理です。今は小籠包の中身作っています。So you want to add in water a little bit at a time. 徐々、okay? 徐々水は加えて少しだけ。A little bit. If you have like the ginger water or like a cold stock, that's okay too. So you want to add a little bit of water, mix it, keep mixing it until it's fully absorbed and fully sucked in. Okay, you don't want to see any water in the bottom of the bowl. It doesn't take too long, especially if you're only adding a little bit at a time. They suck it in really, really fast. So now that it's sucked in, we're going to add a little bit more. Okay. This time a little bit of a bigger splash, but again, not too crazy. Again, let it just give it time. You can also use your hands to do it. Hands might be a little bit easier. You can also hear that it's getting a little like slimy. It's getting a little squidgy. That's good. I think I'm gonna start using my hands. This spoon is making me tired. Okay, hands going in. It kind of breaks up the fibers a lot easier too. Okay, this is still not supple enough. If you touch it, it still feels quite dry, so we're gonna add more. I don't know how much water we're gonna add. We're just gonna slowly add it little by little, kind of like dough. You kind of wanna have a feeling for it or a sense for it. There is no fixed amount. Your ancestors just have to tell you. Oh shit. Okay, this looks pretty streaky and pretty gummy. I think we can go even further though and see how it's like really covering the sides of the bowl and giving it that really cloudy look. That's how you know the meat is getting nicely pulverized. Okay, maybe a little bit more. I'm touching it. It's getting a little bit more supple and a little bit more bouncy. But I think we can go even more. But now that we've added quite a little bit, I'm gonna start adding in the water a little at a time. Not as heavy-handed. And when you're steaming this, a lot of the juices will start leaking out too into the skin. So if you're using this for dumplings or xiaolongbao without the extra soup addition to it, it'll still get a little bit of juiciness into the dumplings when you boil it, or the xiaolongbao when you steam it. But obviously for xiaolongbao, you want the super soup. That'll be for later. It should feel quite like loose. That feels pretty good. It should stay together, but feel very soft. Maybe just a tiny bit more. I think it can absorb more. I think we can feed it a little bit more. Will there be mooncakes? Does it look like it's Mid-Autumn Festival? Does it look like it's mooncake day? We do not make mooncakes out of season. I refuse, unless it's for the cafe. Then I can make an exception there. But if it's not for my cafe and it's not mid-autumn, I refuse to make off-season mooncakes. That is a crime. Mooncakes only taste good and correct when it's made on mooncake day. Now, 何を作っていますか? 今は小籠包の中身です。小籠包は皮と肉だよね。今は中身の肉です。これが豚肉、ひき豚肉、そして長ネギ、ニンニク、醤油、オイスターソース、いろいろな調味料、お好みの調味料を加えて、そして今は水が入っています。この状態は大丈夫です。じゃあプルンプルン、すごく柔らかいプルンプルンの感じ。そしてクンクン。How do you say like sniffing it if you smell it? If it smells good. いい匂い出てくるならそれが調味料は完璧です。So you smell it? I already told you this hack before. It's tried and true. I believe my dad. My dad does this all the time. If you're ever curious about the filling and you don't want to like grab a little bit and then put it into the microwave, heat it up, taste it, you just kind of want to just go for it. Also, take a look at this texture. Very like supple, very bouncy. Also very like homogeneous. No individual streaks, no clumps, just all by itself. If you want to test a quick hack to know if your meat is ready or not, just smell it. I say this all the time when I make dumplings and stuff on stream. Just smell the meat. If it smells like you're like, wow, this smells delicious, then the seasoning is good. I think this smells really good. My dad, I don't know how it works. My dad says that if you smell it and you just feel like it's not like the most delicious thing ever that's entering your nose right now, it probably means that you're missing some kind of an ingredient, probably salt or something else. So if it's balanced, it'll smell really good. And to seal in all the moisture, optional, but I like to do this. I think it gives a lot of flavor too. We're gonna add in a little bit of sesame oil. Just like a tablespoon, maybe even like under a tablespoon. Goma-abura. And that's gonna give it that extra like oomph to the meat. And you're just gonna break it up again. See how it's like kind of pasty? Oh yeah, that smells so good now. It's kind of pasty, but if you were to pick it up, it'll still be like not dripping out of your hand. Okay, I'm gonna put it into a bowl. This is gonna marinate with itself. Just let it rest and have all the flavors get to know each other for the remaining time. So 30 minutes at least, ideally. Look how soft that is. But an hour or two, that's also fine to get the flavors in there. Avert your eyes, especially for the newcomers. 初見の方は見えない。お願いします。目が閉じます。すごくびっくりしてのことが、今は始まります。注意してください。You have been warned. I will take no responsibility for what happens to you after you have seen such a sight, especially for the newcomers. The oldcomers, they don't give a fuck. The regulars, they are unfazed by anything. Zeus could strike his thunder down himself, lightning down himself, and they would not be fazed. But for the newcomers, I fear it's too much for them to handle. I fear it. Okay. So we're gonna, because this is meat, and I don't know exactly how long it's gonna take for me before I get to the folding part, I'm gonna put it into the into the fridge. If it's only 20 minutes or 30 minutes, the countertop is definitely okay. Within the 2 hours is
Hello? Okay, that works.
test, test, test. Am I back? Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Are we back? Aha. Aha. I made a little bit of a hole in this corner. I don't know if you can see this corner. So I'm just gonna get another small little sheet and like cover it so we don't have any like spillage area. But this is going to be for the, I don't know, actually, I mean both the chicken or the chashu would work, but we do need like a raised surface for both of them. So for one oven is going to be for the chashu. I'm thinking maybe this one can be for the chashu and the other oven can be for the chicken. So let's do this. I'll get both ready and I'll decide which one. Why not use Silpat? I only have one Silpat. Also, my Silpat is not a perfect fit, so it kind of sticks up a little anyways, which is not ideal. So usually in this case, I just use the foil. It's just a little bit easier to make sure all the edges are covered. So same idea, I have this one. I'm gonna have to look for a different, this one I think I might use 2 pieces. Again, just cover it. Both of them will require a baking rack, so that's why I'm covering the bottom with the foil. And then we're gonna place a baking rack on top, so when we're roasting it, for both the chashu and for the chicken, the fats can like drip down as we're cooking. And also it'll make cleanup a little bit easier. 哎，做乜嘢啊你? You're just sick, bro. You're not dying. Oh my god, this guy. I mean, you can also air fry it, but I have a lot of chashu, so that's why I'm just using the oven. Okay, let me look for another pan. Oh, I already marinated it. I showed it to them, but it's already in its marinated state. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think maybe I'll do this one for the chicken because this rack isn't as big. It doesn't cover the whole surface, but this one does. This one's a lot more stable, so I think this one will be for chashu. Okay, so this one, for this oven, we're gonna set the chicken to 180 degrees Celsius for roasting. No.
What? You're not doing low and slow?
It's not braising, we're roasting. Do you wanna do it? Exactly. Exactly. Okay. 哎呀，你屌你老母啊！好多講咁多嘢。Okay, and then for the chashu oven, which is this one, I'm gonna be doing it at 400. Chicken is 180. I think chashu is 400. 180 degrees Celsius, 400 degrees Fahrenheit. So 200 degrees Celsius for the chashu. Wait. Oven. Okay, that one's gonna take a little bit longer to preheat, I think. So we will come back to that. Both of them are preheating. The chicken, I believe, is 15 minutes uncovered and then 45 minutes covered with foil. The chashu is like every 20 minutes we have to baste it. So I think we'll probably get that started before doing anything else. So we'll do the chicken first. Authentic Chinese yelling, yeah. Use them to roast chicken. Yesterday, even my dad, who is so Chinese and doesn't like Western cooking that much, like the pepper smell. You mean the Szechuan pepper smell? I mean, I don't like the numbing, but I do think Szechuan pepper does add like a nice aroma to the food, as long as you don't add too much and all you can taste is like the numbing, you know? Okay. We are going to grab our chicken. We do need to pat down the chicken a little bit so the skin isn't super wet, just so that it can nicely caramelize. Wet is fine, it just won't be nice. It's not gonna give it a fully crispy skin because of how much like soy sauce and marinade is on it, but drying it out a little bit will make the skin tighten up slightly. So we're gonna grab a whole bunch of paper towel. I'm just gonna grab a lot so I don't get the rest of it dirty. So we're gonna grab the chicken and we're gonna pat it dry. Don't use, so the marinade had green onions in it. When we're roasting it, you do not need to add the green onions to the actual roast. So we'll grab it and then we'll try to get, that's the chicken that you bought. And then, so you're gonna take it out. I'm gonna try to drip out as much of the juices as I can. Okay, and then we're gonna dry this side first as much as we can. Get rid of all the extra sauce. So we're not like stewing the chicken, we're roasting it nice and dry. Most importantly will be the other side, where the skin is. But for this side, we should still kind of pat it nice and dry if we can. Also, just to prevent like over seasoning and the soy sauce is like sitting on the chicken, it's gonna make it too salty. Okay, so this side is quite dry to me. Oh, spatchcocking is basically taking the backbone that was holding it together like this. I cut it out in the middle. And then I cut open the sternum area and then flattened it so the chicken can sit flat. If you don't crack this bone over here, the chicken, even though the backbone is removed, will still kind of end up being like a little bit half erect. So to make it sure that's full spatchcocked and fully flat, you do have to cut the sternum area slightly. Not the actual breastbone itself, just the little sternum area. Make sure you cut that off or just cut into it. You don't have to cut it off. Okay, most importantly will be this side, because this is the side that's going to be facing up to roast. What have I been saying this whole stream? Huh? What have I been saying this whole stream? If you have a super tiny oven, you can also do a half a chicken. This chicken is like really small. I've actually never seen a chicken this small before, and I'm not trying to make fun of it, okay? I know everyone is really sensitive about size when we talk about size, but this is a really small chicken, okay? Which is kind of perfect for like a serving size of 2 people. So it kind of works out, but she's a tiny one. So we'll see if it even needs like the full 1 hour to roast. Maybe it doesn't even need all that, but I'm gonna dry it. Get rid of some of that extra liquid on the pan. Okay, we're gonna let this air out just a little bit. If you have the time, let it air out for maybe like 30 minutes or so, or you can actually use a hair dryer and just kind of like dry out the skin this way. Optional, but it might be nice too. Okay, and then I'm gonna wash my, I'm gonna wash my hands, and I'm gonna also foil the legs and the wingtips so it doesn't burn. Because of how small it is, if you just roast it in the oven right now, the tips of the wings and the tips of the legs might burn a little. A hair dryer can kind of like blast some air onto it so that it can cool down a little. That's all. No, this is not a Cornish hen or a quail. It's still a chicken. It's just like really small for whatever reason. Crispy skin is the best part. Well, this is not like a Western roasted chicken, so it won't have the same final result. And we're not aiming for the same final result either. Okay, so you grab a little bit of foil, and we're just gonna grab a little bit. This side will burn the fastest, the tiny pieces, so we're just gonna cover this little guy up. Oh no! Oh no, his glove! His glove came apart. No. Okay, we're gonna try again. We're gonna try again. We're gonna wrap them. Okay, and then we're gonna tuck it in. Okay, and then we're gonna do another one. 美味しそう作ってる。まあ、頑張っています。最後の結果どうやってはまだわからない。でも頑張ります。Okay, so we have the little tips covered. And to not get too much raw meat on this, I'll go this way. And then again, half. Shiny part out. I'm also going to cover the bottom of the legs, so the bottom of the legs don't get burnt, since it's such a small little chicken. The chicken has snow gloves? Yes. It's got some insulation. Okay. All right, so it's got little gloves on and it's got little shoes on. We're gonna rub it with a little bit of butter. It'll help the skin crisp up a little bit and give it some color, but I think it's optional. Again, siaogai shouldn't be crispy. Siaogai skin should be soft, but tender. We're not aiming for like a Western roasted chicken with like the crunchy skin and everything. Luciano, thank you for the 38. Thank you. Shadow's not feeling well. I have been tending to him all afternoon, okay? He's fine. He's not gonna pass away and die all of a sudden. But crunchy skin equals so good. It's just not that type of chicken. That's all. All right, we have our butter. And we're just gonna use the butter and kind of just rub it a little bit all over the chicken. Maybe a little bit better if the butter was a little bit melted and less hard and solid. but we'll roll with what we got. Just give it a little glazing, a little massage. Get it all over there. On the outside. This wing is so tiny. I love chicken wing, but man, this makes me think if you go to like KFC or any of the restaurants with like the really fat chicken wings, how big are the chickens if the wings are that big, you know? Okay, I think for safe measure, I might actually just cut like a slab of the butter off and just put it on the top of the chicken. Because extra flavor, why not? A little bit over here. A little bit over here. Okay, this is gonna be roasting for about 15 minutes before we cover it up and do other things with it. Men have less magical defense. Men just want to be pampered and want to stay in bed, and I get it. But this guy just like, the minute he gets sick, he's like, yes, this is my chance. And he min-maxes that shit, man. He just acts like the weakest, softest person, okay? Well, whereas like we gotta just power through it, you know? Also, why does the legs look different? Anyways, I'm not sure why the chicken looks like it's doing a little dance. Okay, top rack for me, because my oven only has bottom rack and top rack, so I'm gonna do the top rack. For like a regular oven, maybe the middle rack. Let's do 15 minutes, see where that takes us. Let me just double check that's correct. 180 for 15 minutes, yeah, and then we cover the whole thing with foil and then 45 minutes. Okay, great. Now for the chashu. Again, this is a homemade marinade. So let's hope that it tastes good. We'll see. I've made chashu a few times. I always get close, but it's just not quite right. It's not quite exact. So let's see where this one takes us. I'm just gonna use my hands, and I think this one you don't have to pat the meat dry, as long as you just like, it's not too much like, you know, dressing on it or marinade on it, it should be fine. I'm gonna do it this way. Since the racks are this way, I'm gonna lay the meat the other way. But I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to this. And this is like pretty even marbling. Some pieces are fatty, some pieces aren't as fatty. This one is a thicker cut. This one is way thicker compared to the rest. Hopefully that's okay. And the rack will just help elevate it so it's not basting in its own juices, which helps it be more like caramelized and everything else. Can I fit it all in? I hope so. Okay. And the leftover marinade, do not throw it away. We're gonna use it as a first base. The second base will be honey. The first base will be the sauce itself, and we're gonna base front and back when the time gets to it. But right now, we're just gonna leave it as is. And pop that in the oven, 200 degrees Celsius oven or a 400 degrees Fahrenheit oven for 20 minutes. Testosterone is actually an immune suppressor, hence why he feels worse when he is sick, which means Shadow just has high testosterone. Okay. Anything else we want to add to that?
Oh wait, can I do a close-up first?
Oh, yes.
Oh my god.
Hopefully it smells really good, so hopefully it turns out good. All right, I'm gonna put this into the oven. Well, you can just like freeze it or like keep it into the microwave later. Again, top rack since I only have 2 racks, and then we're gonna We can see, sure. Okay, 20 minutes. All right, 20 minutes for now. Before we do the first base with the sauce, and 20 minutes again, and then another base with honey, and then 10 minutes at the very end. So as far as time is considered, char siu takes about 50 minutes, and the chicken should take about 1 hour. No water in the pan to prevent burning. Nope,
Damn,
this particular
even her
recipe
oven
doesn't
has
have
a
it.
top rack
But...
while Giri doesn't have any racks.
I watched the base. I brain farted. カレーコレアから来ました。よろしくお願いします。来てくれてありがとう。まあ、今はチャーシュー作って途中です。今はオーブンの中に、ローストチキンとチャーシューです。でも大事なソース洗ってしまいました。But I only need like a little bit, and the ratio is now. I can just continue basting with honey instead. It's not a big deal. Honey should also be fine, but the sauce would have been nice. Oh my God, Giri Core! I can't believe I was like, I'm gonna save it, and then fucking washed it. It's okay. Honey is fine. Honey is fine. 日本語上手ですね。いや、全然うまくないけど、でも頑張ります。頑張ります。配信中、だいぶは英語を喋って、そして時々中国も喋っています。私はもともと中国人ですから、中国語ができます。でも日本語は今は勉強中です。でもまだうまくない。簡単なこと。喋れる。でも難しいの話題はちょっと無理かな。Since you live in East Asia, do you have any spices you would recommend? Oh, I live in Japan. Japan doesn't use spices. What do you mean? We use Worcestershire sauce as a little bit of spice to our food. In Japan anyways. I'm Chinese, so we use a bunch of spices. Spice is my personal favorite. I just like the taste of it, and also like white pepper. I feel like white pepper is really underutilized in a lot of like other regions for cooking. China loves white pepper, and I think it tastes really great. It's good for your health. I think it adds another layer of like flavor that you don't normally get with black pepper, but no one really uses white pepper too often, I think. Yeah, MSG. I mean, yeah, everyone knows MSG. Use MSG. That's fine. I don't want to get my Volpic wet. Japan doesn't use a lot of spice? Nope. Nope. It's all just different variations of mirin, sake, soy sauce, and sugar, fundamentally. And then other things can come in like blocks for like roux or cream or other things. But Japan cooking really highlights the original taste of the ingredient. They like to make sure that the ingredient itself and the flavor of the ingredient shines through and not like cover it with other things. That's kind of the essence of Japan cooking a lot of the times. So that's why they don't really use that much spice. They don't really eat spicy either, so. I'm limited to Chinese soy. I can probably get some since my uncle lives in China. Any brand that you would recommend? I recommend Japanese soy sauce because I think it's lighter. Also like a touch sweeter. Not that I like sweetness in my food, but it just gives that touch of sweetness, which I feel like makes it a little bit more yummy. I think Chinese soy sauce is a little bit too savory and a little bit too strong. I feel like Japanese soy sauce is a little bit easier to tinker with, and you can add, subtract, and it doesn't like it's a more flexible soy sauce. So I actually just prefer Japanese soy sauce. But in terms of branding, I don't have a specific preference. I buy whatever is on sale at the Japanese grocery store. Whatever is fine. You just posted a new photo shoot on Patreon. Can you explain what Patreon subbers can get? Well, for a cheap, I don't remember how much I'm charging, but for a cheap price of whatever that is that I'm charging on my Patreon, I post behind the scenes content and also cosplay photos. I try my best every month. I try my best. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. Okay, but I try my best every month to post cosplay photos or photo shoot photos, just so that you can see a different side of me that I don't really post too often on Twitter. Or if I'm making like a video or something like that, you get to maybe see behind the scenes. For example, one time we did a stream at a cabaret bar. I'm not gonna keep that VOD on Twitch. It's not like bannable on Twitch, but it just doesn't feel like something that I want to keep on there. So I actually had the VOD offloaded onto Patreon. So for those who wanted to see what happened at the cabaret bar, they can see that. So things like that, behind the scenes or secret things that I don't want to have on Twitch or Twitter, then you can have it on Patreon. But for the most part, it's more photo shoots and cosplay photos, things like that. And also I do post, it used to be monthly. I used to be good about that too. But anyways, I have recipes that I use a lot on stream, either food that turned out well and I really enjoyed it, or my own personal recipes for things that I really enjoy eating myself. I would post them on Patreon as well, but those recipes are free. You don't have to pay you don't have to pay to see the recipe, but you do have to pay to see the behind the scenes stuff, the extra stuff, and also the photo shoot stuff. Chinese white pepper is a good thing to get. I would say so. I added into soup. I added to congee. I added into a lot of like Asian cooking. I like the flavor that it adds. Recipes was on Fortnightly when the momentum was there. Yeah, I had a good thing going, man. I had a good thing going, and then I just don't know what happened. Life got busy, and I just completely forgot. Like, it's in the back of my head, and I do have like recipes saved that I want to post on Patreon, but I just don't have the time to get around to like sending it over so they can post it. And it's like I'm the bottleneck. I'm the bottleneck. It's just hard. It's just hard. You get it. I wonder how long I've been subscribed to. I mean, if you never cancel the subscription, then it's gotta be 3 years, 4 years, right? E10, thank you for the 45 months on tier 3, thank you. Okay, so that's in the oven. Oh, I set the timer for 20 minutes instead of the full, like...
Wait, you posted your thirst trap photos on your Patreon, giving a tease for non-subbers to see, but you need to pay more to unlock the content. Sus, that sounds like an OnlyFans account, sus.
It's not! I'm fully clothed. Okay, it's not a trap. I'm fully clothed. There's nothing weird or suspicious about it. Okay? They're tasteful, cute photos that I felt very pretty in, but like, you know, maybe it'll be like a completely different photo shoot, things that I don't get to do at home as often, okay? Things like that, okay? It's not a trap. Stay away. No, it's fine. Okay, so that's in the oven, that's in the oven. I think we can probably start prepping the shrimp a little bit. If anything, maybe we can even fry the shrimp because it doesn't taste all that bad when it's cold either. I'm gonna have to try to kind of balance between making the salt and pepper shrimp, making the dough or the xiaolongbao, and also like making sure that all my meat is getting basted and turned and all that stuff.
The bun is in the oven. So you are pregnant?
No, I'm not fucking pregnant. Okay, when did I put the dough to rest? So does anyone know like roughly when I did it? I actually forgot to completely make a mental note of when I started to let the dough rest. Does anyone remember how long it's been? I completely forgot to take a look. It's risky to get pregnant at 41. I'm not pregnant. Oh my God, I'm not pregnant. At least 15 What's the 15? Is there a scope for 15 minutes, 15 hours, 15 days? Does anyone have a rough clue? Congrats on the baby. I'm not pregnant. Okay, the two gullible guys are gonna be like, oh my gosh, she's pregnant, and it's just gonna get out of hand, and then 4chan's gonna think I'm pregnant, and then I'm just gonna be like, what the fuck? I'm not pregnant, okay? I like to rub the dough for stress relief. This is true. I'm not pregnant. Goddamn. Just gotta rewind. I actually don't remember at all. It hasn't been an hour, has it? Maybe in between? What are you naming the kid if it's a boy or a girl? Oh my, okay, to be fair though, I have thought about it. I think for a girl, I really like more traditional names like Morgan, or like really beautiful, like older names. I have to look into it. I saw a few that were really cute, but I don't remember them. But Morgan stuck out to me. Like it's basic, but I feel like not a lot of people use like regular names anymore. Everyone just uses like, you know, a tray, or like paper, or apple, pear, you know, every day of the month, you know. I feel like the regular names are not as common anymore. Vivian, I know a person named Vivian. I would rather not name my kid Vivian. You know how like you know a person in life, and like although the name is very beautiful, you have a person that you know that has that name, and you're just like, ah! I don't think I like the name Vivian anymore. So I have a friend named Vivian, but so I'd rather steer away from the name Vivian. I like Morgan though. I feel like it's classic, and you don't hear it a lot. And for a guy, I would like to name them Flynn. Also like an older name.
What were the old names in the olden days of the caveman, since you're from that time?
Maybe like Guinevere, Arwen, you know, Eowyn. You know, what about what was it? Galadriel? How about that? How about that? Since we're already talking about, and then I'll name this my son King Arthur. Okay, how about that? Or Lancelot. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? But I like Flynn for a guy's name. I think that's very beautiful. And not very common. Okay, my chicken is ready for the 15 minutes. I'm gonna see the condition of it. If it looks good, I'm gonna continue roasting it. Same temperature, same height in the oven, but now with foil over it so it doesn't burn for the remaining 45 minutes. So let me take a look and see what's going on. Oh, I need a glove. I think it looks pretty good though. There's like color slowly getting onto it. All right, time to cover it up so it doesn't get too burned. I'm gonna have to restart the heating process though, I think. All right, I'm gonna wait for the oven to go back to temperature, and then we're gonna roast it for the remaining 45 minutes, something like that. Sarawak white pepper is like the good stuff, and that's from Malaysia. I just use whatever white pepper. I don't actually use fancy white pepper. Simba? No, I'm not naming my kid Simba. That's so cringe, man. I'm not naming them Simba. Holy. That's so cringe. Okay. I'm gonna get my shrimp out. I think I'm gonna prep the shrimp, and then I'm gonna prep the shrimp. I'm gonna get the dredge ready. I'm gonna set it aside. I'll do the xiaolongbao, and maybe I can fry and steam at the same time. It's gonna be an interesting dance between the two. Maybe, but we'll see. So I have some shrimp. Maybe your name Famuel? You're so ugly for that. I did like the name Matthias though. I thought that was a really strong and unique name, Matthias. It's not common like Matthew. It's like a little bit different. Also, does anyone remember the cartoon called Matthias? He was a little mouse, but he was like a church mouse. Therefore, his name was Matthias. Anyone remember that cartoon? I only watched it briefly, but it was kind of good. He was like a Catholic mouse or something. Spartacus? I'm not naming them Spartacus. That's also criminal. God damn. Okay, I have shrimp. These are pretty big. There is a hack of removing like the poopy line using a toothpick. You can just stick it into like the third segment of the shrimp and then just stick it in around the middle. And then if you pull it out through the segment, it should take the poopy line out with it. But I don't have toothpicks and I don't have skewers. So I think I'm just gonna go the traditional way. You wanna keep the skin though. The skin is what makes it like nice and crunchy. It gives it a lot of good texture. So I want to keep the skin. I just don't have a toothpick. So maybe I'll just cut it in the middle and do it the other way. I'm not naming them Thanos, man. Store Little was a good show though. So I'm gonna just use my scissors. Just cut a hole, not all the way down, just a little bit down the middle, hopefully to expose the poop line so I can pull it out. Aha, perfect. Yes. That's one. And then we're gonna rinse and repeat and do all of this. You wanna not just cut the shell, you also wanna cut a little bit deeper into the flesh because we are trying to get the poop line out. See? This one, I don't know if you can see that. Just pull that out. Beautiful. That's a long one. That one took a lot of shit. And then when you fry it, it'll also like open up nicely and give it a nice little like shape to it. But traditionally, they all tends to be just one big piece of shrimp without having it break in the middle. And ideally, if you have the ones with the shrimp head still on it, that's even better. Oh, I forgot to cut off the tail a little bit. Trim off the tail a little. Not the whole tail, just a little bit, like half of the bottom. If you have like the head still on it, I would recommend keeping the head on the shrimp. I think it adds so much flavor and I love sucking on the head. I think it has just like, it just tastes so good. And when you're frying it, you can pretty much just eat everything because it's like fried so thoroughly. But unfortunately, this grocery store did not have shrimp with head on it, but you definitely want to keep the skin on. I've said it before, okay? This is not the first time I've said it. I genuinely enjoy eating shrimp head. I think it tastes really good. My dad knows that too, so when he makes his own like sweet and sour shrimp, he always saves like the head because my mom doesn't like to eat the head. Only I do, and my dad does actually, both of us do. So he'll separate the shrimp heads from the shrimp bodies for the main dish. And then he'll have a bowl of just like the heads for me to eat. Because it just tastes so good. You're missing out, man. It tastes so good. Just give it a try.
You suck the
Just
head
take
with
the
your
peel
dad.
the shrimp head. But the way that fucking TTS just said it in such like a period. It's such a I said what I said kind of a thing.
What do you mean your mom doesn't like
It's
the
really
head?
jarring.
I heard otherwise, Kek.
She doesn't like the head, okay? Only I like to eat the head. I could eat like a whole bowl of it. I think it's really good. And I think whoever does not like to eat shrimp head, not head in general, shrimp head, is missing out. You're missing out. It has so much more umami in it. And like the slight bitterness, also really good. It's like concentrated shrimp flavor. We'll use the shrimp shell to the xiaolongbao stock. Nope, the xiaolongbao stock, it's already hardening in the fridge, so that's gonna be just something separate. the shrimp shell, you can use it to make laksa and stuff, but I don't have any plans on making laksa anytime soon. Also, we have a road trip coming, so I can't make so much food that requires me to have to hold on to everything. So in this case, I'm throwing it away, but definitely don't waste it if you don't have to. Okay, let me check on the chashu because the timer went off. Since I threw away the fucking based liquid, don't do what I did and throw it away. Use it to baste now, basically. But because I threw mine away because I'm dumb, I'm just gonna use honey instead. So we're just gonna baste with honey. But if you have the original like marinating liquid, please use that, okay? Ooh. Oh, she's pink. She's not red, she's pink. Is there a max temperature? Okay. I think with when more color gets onto it, it'll probably get a little bit darker, hopefully. I'm gonna get a basting brush, a silicone one or like a feathered one. What is this called? Like bristle one, they both work. Silicone might be a little bit better because bristle takes a little bit, it's a lot harder to clean, but we're gonna baste both sides. Get that honey over there. Oh, that honey. But that color, this little bit, oh, you can't see. I'm gonna risk burning myself. There's a little bit of caramelization. There's a little bit on this side too. Really good. Hopefully the honey will give it some nice color. We're gonna baste both sides. So make sure you're covering all of the edges. All of the edges and all of the sides, not just the tops, even the little bits. Yeah, why is she pink? Did I use pink food coloring? Did I mix up the food coloring? Hopefully she's gonna get redder.
I didn't know that Kool-Aid chicken is a traditional Chinese dish.
It's not Kool-Aid chicken. Okay. All right, that side is good. I'm gonna grab the, it looks pretty bright. Yeah, right? I'm a little like confused. I mean, it won't affect the taste, but she's pink. Okay, roasting it now on this side, but first we baste.
So orange chicken isn't Chinese, but red chicken is?
It's not. It's not supposed to be, no, oh yeah, red chicken is. It's not called red chicken though, it's called roasted chicken because it uses the same marinade as roasted pork, okay? It's not called red chicken, it's roasted chicken. Okay, some honey on that one. Some honey on this one. Some honey on this fat one. This one's a big chunky one. It smells really good though. The pink confuses me, but the smell is really good. Maybe I'll just be the first to make pink chashu. Okay, that was a lot of honey. Okay, I'll put this. I'll put this in a little cup or something because we're gonna use it later again for the second base. Okay, as is, you don't have to flip it back and forth. Now we're cooking on the other side that didn't get hit with the direct heat. So put this back into the oven for another 20 minutes and then we're gonna baste it again. Ugh. Dangerous. Dangerous. Ah! Okay. No, working. Hold on, I got a little bit of the chashu sauce on my wall, my chroma key thing. Damn it. I'm wiping it slightly. Just give me a second. No. It's okay. It's okay. It's not gonna dye it purple, is it? I hope you guys don't see it. I'm just more worried about the chroma colors not being correct. Do you see it? If I were to not say anything, do you see anything? Should be okay, right? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Do you see it? No, you don't see it. You're not. No, you don't see it. It's so obvious, yeah? Where? Where if it's so obvious, huh? Tell me. Tell me where. You don't see it. Behind, well, of course it would be behind me because I told you it's the chroma key wall. Top left, nuh-uh. So you can't see it. So you're a bunch of liars. Okay, shrimp is ready. With the shells and all. Keep the legs as well because the legs get really crunchy when you fry it too. So don't worry about ripping off the legs. The legs are fully, if you fry it really well, I haven't actually made this before, so we'll see if I fry it well. But theoretically, if you do fry it really well, the skin is edible, the legs are edible, it's like crunchy, it gives it a nice texture and flavor. So don't peel the skin, eat all of it. I recommend that you do, but if it's like a texture thing, then don't force yourself. But if you do fry it well, the skin and everything will be completely edible and very crunchy, and it'll just like fall apart when you chew on it. Okay. Let me think about how I'm gonna go about doing this. What is the best way? Should I do the shrimp first? You know what, I'm gonna risk the shrimp getting cold because for the xiaolongbao, I'm not sure how well it'll stay at room temperature once we add the soup element to it and everything. I think temperature and speed will be pretty important. That said, I think I'll do the xiaolongbao all together in one go, and I'll do the shrimp all together in one go right now. Okay, for the shrimp, we're gonna need a mixing bowl. This is not too much shrimp. For the original recipe that I'm following, the recipe called for 2 pounds of shrimp. This is only 200 grams of shrimp, so this is a quarter of what the other person was doing. So I'm gonna use, I'm gonna quarter the recipe, or the recipe reference. So we have half a pound of shrimp, a half cup of cornstarch. I'm gonna grab a half cup. This is a half cup. Is this enough cornstarch? I don't think so. I'm gonna grab a half cup of cornstarch. She's starving us? No, I'm making the shrimp first while everything else continues to roast. Okay, half a cup of cornstarch. Just roughly, this isn't baking, so as long as it's like roughly about there, that's fine. Okay, half a cup of cornstarch in. 1 tablespoon of Shaoxing wine, okay. This back. 1 tablespoon of Shaoxing wine. I have enough. 1 tablespoon,
You seem more clumsy than usual, like there's something on your mind, but it's okay, the pregnancy will go just fine.
Shut the fuck up. You're so annoying, chat. Oh my god. A little splash of Wawa. Like the tiniest little bit. Like not even like a quarter tablespoon. So like, I don't know, a teaspoon. Like that. I'm gonna grab some chopsticks ahead of time. Just to make sure that everything is okay. Or my hands. I think it's a hand angle. Half a tablespoon of oil. Okay. Oh, this bowl is not big enough. I thought this bowl was gonna be good, but it is not. Half a tablespoon, so. Okay, like that. Garlic pepper, salt and black pepper. Garlic powder. Come on. Damn it. Come, okay. Oh, I got flour everywhere now. Garlic powder. Probably pretty liberally. Salt and pepper. We're going to be tossing this in a salt and pepper mixture, hence why it's called Yeem. So you don't have to worry about the salt being, like the shrimp being fully salted at this point. We're going to be tossing it in like a seasoned, like oil stir fry, lightly type of a thing. Grab black pepper instead. So a little bit of salt just to make sure that there's some flavor, but most of it should be coming from the final stir fry toss and not the actual, like, and not this part of the step. Is she gonna name her baby Chat? Do I look deranged like that? Do I look that deranged that I'm gonna name my baby Chat? What kind of crazy ass? I would never. It's already bad enough that I have to talk to one chat that acts like babies. Okay, that's kind of mixed in now. I'm gonna let that just kind of do its thing. It shouldn't be super wet because it's not, we're not trying to make like a fully coated batter. It's just to give it a nice crunchy coating texture. I'm gonna just wipe this off a little bit. And, okay, I think I'll wash this. And then we're gonna cut a little bit of chili peppers and a little bit of garlic to make the Yeem, the Yeem stir fry. We're just gonna do that now while we have everything ready. And I should probably get some oil going. At this rate, we're gonna finish everything before the chicken and everything is done roasting. I'm not sure how long the xiaolongbao is gonna take. Can't be that long, right? We'll see. Let me get a pan. We're gonna fill it with some oil. Is this camera on? Nope. Okay, that's fine. No worries. We're gonna fill it with some frying oil. I don't want to do a super deep fry because it's a waste of oil. So I'll just do, I'll fill it to maybe a quarter of the pan. Enough to have the shrimp be submerged, but it doesn't have to be fully floating or anything. No asquim for you, no asquim. No dessert, no TV, no cocoa melon. We're just gonna read books and listen to my streams. Will the baby also get a VTuber model? No, I'm not going to subjugate my kid to VTubing or streaming if they don't even know what that means and the implications of it, okay? I'm not gonna force them to do anything that they don't fully understand. Because it's one thing to be like, oh, that's your kid, that's so cute. It's another thing, in my personal opinion, to be like, well, where's your kid now? Why isn't she streaming, right? That's for them to decide. Damn, you hate your child. Why do you, damn, I hate, God forbid, I'm trying to protect my child from the dangers of streaming. What if they don't want to be a streamer, huh? What if they hate it? Get this, guys. What if they hate streaming? What if it's like the most awfulest thing, but they're not able to convey that to me, you know? And then they're forced to talk to chat, and they have no idea what's happening. But multimedia is the future? No. No. She's having an argument with a non-existent baby? Yeah. I'm not even pregnant, guys. What the heck? Okay, we're gonna do some garlic. And we're gonna do some Thai chili peppers. If you have something like jalapeno, that would work too. But jalapeno is really hard to get here, so we're just gonna use some Thai chilies instead. Just something spicy, hence why it's salt and pepper. If you really don't like spicy, you can forego the spice and just do salt and black pepper. That's fine too, but that's no fun. That's no fun. It doesn't taste as good either. Like, if you really hate spicy, then I guess that's okay, if you don't have the tolerance. But if you can, even adding a little bit, I think, makes a really big difference. It just makes it so much more like, it makes it so much more fragrant. Giri is, I'm not pregnant! This is not gonna be an ongoing thing, okay? Trust me, if I was pregnant, I'll tell you, but obviously not when like I'm newly pregnant or something. It's gonna be when I'm like well into my second trimester if I was gonna tell you. And I would not announce it for the first time ever on Twitter. All my streamers are having babies. Whoa, 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 whoa. Which other streamers are having babies? Please pray tell. Which other streamer is pregnant? That belly tells another story? What belly? Bitch, what belly? Have you never seen a second trimester belly before? Oh, my bad. You probably never even seen a woman before. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't know what a pregnant woman looks like, let alone second trimester, if you've never even seen a woman or touched a woman in your life. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Chat saw your mom last night. Those are just delusions talking, guys. Those are just delusions. Okay, I minced the garlic. Nice
I mean,
fine.
I saw your mama last night, so there goes that.
That's just a schizophrenia talking, guys. It's okay. The accident was not your fault. You can let it go now. You can let it go. Gary and her 14-pound baby. Dude, I was 10 pounds when I was born, and my mom was like in active labor for 12 hours, okay? God forbid, if I ever get pregnant and I have to like give birth to a heavy-ass baby. Never. I think my mom ate really good when she was pregnant with me, so I got her super big in her belly. Anyways, we have garlic. You want to be finely minced-ish if you can, so that when you're stir-frying it with the shrimp, a little bit of shrimp gets a little bit of garlic. If the pieces are really big, then it won't be nice and even. But if you're going for the vibe of like, you know, like garlic chip type of a thing, that's completely fine. Then do it that way. I just prefer like even spreading of the garlic, but if you want like large pieces to nom on in between the shrimp pieces, then do that. That's just fully up to your own personal preference. I have some Thai chilies. Again, serrano, jalapeno, those would all work. The Korean chilies, I forget what the names are, like the gochugaru. Not the gochugaru, that's the minced stuff, or the powdered stuff. I mean like the fresh peppers, like the full peppers. Okay. It doesn't look like a lot, but they're really spicy because they've been in my freezer for a while, so they've been marinating. I'm pretty sure it's gonna make me sneeze. I love cutting them into chips, fry them with chilies, and add them to pasta. Ooh, that sounds really good too. All right, we have We have the aromatics ready. It's already making me cough a little. We're gonna get a little bowl and get the salt and pepper ready as well. Actually, I think the oil is ready. Let me check on it. Grab a wooden chopstick, because wooden chopsticks you can check for temperature. If it bubbles around the chopstick, it's ready. Okay, perfect. It is ready. I'm gonna grab a little, turn the fan on. I'm gonna grab a little drying rack thing, so where did it go? So the shrimp can cool off on a rack. Just to drain the oil, that's all, just to have it ready. If the oil is bubbling around the chopsticks, it should be pretty good. And we're gonna grab the shrimp, kind of dust off the excess. You don't want like too much excess on it. The camera's not working right, okay. All right, in it goes. Dust it off. Don't want the big chunks of cornstarch. Just a little bit to give it that crispy edge. Oh! I think 4 at a time is plenty. Let that fry, stir it around every so often. Is the camera off? Let me double check what's wrong with the camera. Oh, I think the camera is just broken. I don't know. She's coughing, she has a baby. No, I'm not. Oh my God. It's like I blink, she has a baby. I sneeze, she has a baby. I can't do nothing without people just assuming I have a baby, man. It's an exponential growth. The more kids you have, the more you will have in the future. To grow with each child you have already. Wait, what? What are we talking about? Did you turn on the camera? Yeah, I had it on the whole time, and then I tried it again just now, just in case, but I don't think it's working.
Jiri,
Right, it's
breathe
frying.
in the
I'm
next
kinda
5
waiting for it to
minutes
have a
if
nice
you are
color.
pregnant.
Shadow was constantly sick. Is he having a baby? Honestly, I think that's it. I think just Shadow has a baby. I think he's pregnant. How else can you explain why he's sick every 3 months? Although, if I were to have an actual baby, which I'm not, but if I were to have an actual baby, I think I would want a daughter. I used to want a son, because I think that would make my mom happy. And if my mom's happy, then I guess I'm happy. But I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to live my life for my mom specifically. And I kind of like daughters. I like me. I think I'm a good daughter. So I'm like, you know what? I want a daughter. I think that'll be really sweet. Okay. Shrimpies are coming out. Oh, these are fat shrimps. Holy. These are so big. All right, and then we keep going until we're done. Drop them in slowly, separate them if you can. I think I'm just gonna cram the last 5 in. Instead of doing 4, I'll do 5, because this is the last one. Make room. All right, perfect. It looks like this right now. Looks quite good. I'm
Good
happy with that.
daughter. Your mom had to press you out for 12 hours and then flee to Canada because you had the survival drive of a pickle in the sun.
You can't say that! I told you those stories in confidence! Name your daughter Daughter? No. That's lame. No. Man, I want to eat the shrimp right now. I'm not done yet, but I want to eat the shrimp right now. Okay, I'm gonna flip it. So both sides get equal heat. Okay, and then while this side is kind of finishing up, I think I'm gonna finish the seasoning salt. So seasoning salt is really, really simple. It's 1 part sugar, sorry, 1 part salt, 2 parts sugar. So in this case, I'm gonna do, I don't even know if I need all of the seasoning. So I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna add it as I go. When I'm stir frying it, I'm not gonna add all of it and I'm gonna be like, oh shit, that's way too much. So I have 1 teaspoon of sugar, sorry, salt. Therefore, I'm gonna do 2 teaspoons of sugar. It may sound quite sweet, but it's gonna be a really good balance. 2 teaspoons of sugar, just a little bit more, okay? For safe measure, a little bit of MSG, because why not? Check on my shrimp first. That looks really good. Okay, for safe measure, a little bit of MSG. And also pepper, I believe. Black pepper, okay. I'm gonna add, like I normally do, black and white. I think white pepper for these type of things add a really special taste. So I recommend white pepper too. All right, I think that's good. I'm gonna turn the heat off. I'm gonna grab my remaining shrimp. That looks so freaking good. And just adjust it so there's more space. Look at my shrimp. They look so good. Okay, and then I also have my seasoning mix. I'm just gonna stir it together so everything is nice and even. Have a taste, see if you like to adjust anything. It should be like not overly sweet. It should be a little bit sweet. It should be salty. It should be savory. It should be really well balanced. It should taste like crack, basic. Well, I don't know what crack tastes like, but you know, it should taste like figurative crack. Okay, I'm gonna have a little dip here. That's really good. Oh God. A little too much sugar, so I'm gonna add ooh, a little bit of salt back, so it's not too sweet. This is just personal taste. But if you like it a little bit sweeter, then you go do that. You don't have to adjust anything. But I think a little bit saltier tastes better to me. I'm gonna try it again. How do your butt cheeks get the chills, man? What are you even talking about? Again, this could be way too much for like 10 shrimps. I'm not gonna add all of it. I will make enough though, so I can sprinkle it in and adjust as I go. I'm gonna grab, is everything still cooking? Am I going crazy? Wait, the timer paused? Wait, has it been 20 minutes? Help! Oh my God, the timer paused on the chashu oven. I think it was on the whole time, but it paused. Has anyone been keeping track of the time? Even a little bit? Oh fuck. Okay. Let's hold on. Let's take the, why did the timer stop? That's so stupid. Oh my God, I don't think the oven, oh my God, I don't think the oven was on. Okay, I'm gonna cry now. Okay, let's do, can someone set a timer for 20 minutes? Like the oven was on, but not actively feeding heat in. Oh my God. Actually, hold on. Wait, stop. Stop.
At least she didn't burn it this time.
Okay, I'm gonna preheat it again. And hopefully it comes back to temperature. No, the oven was on, but I think maybe I bumped into it or something, so it stopped the timer halfway, or like as it was counting down, so it just stopped feeding heat. But it's on, like the timer froze in place. That's why I was like, has it been, you know, however many minutes? I'm gonna get a little bit of oil from the frying oil. Just so that I can keep the flavor. So instead of using, oh, it's a little bubbly. Instead of using just regular cooking oil, because the frying oil already has the shrimp flavor and all of the other, like, you know, cooked oil wok hei type of idea or concept, I'm gonna keep that and use it in the stir fry. So I grabbed about a tablespoon's worth, roughly, of oil. It's bad enough Giri always sabotages herself, but her appliance is always out to get her too. I know. It's so twisted. Oh, hold on. Okay, scared me. I have the frying oil. Like I said, I just grabbed a little bit of it, so so it can preserve the flavors of the shrimp and everything. I'm gonna let this heat up, and I'm gonna stir fry the garlic and the chilies until they're like bloomed and fragrant, not burnt, just bloomed and fragrant. We don't even have to wait until they're wilted. I'm gonna add in the shrimp just to stir fry and toss, add in the seasoning and stir fry and toss, and that's it. Very simple. If you're just making this one dish back to back, it will not take that long, especially for shrimp. It cooks so quickly. You just dredge it and mix it with the corn flour mixture, fry it, just get all this ready beforehand, which takes like 5 minutes, and then you just fry it and everything. It's very simple. I had to play it on YouTube and chat here with the superior Twitch chat. The shrimp already tastes like shrimp? Yes. Yes. So it's 20 minutes from now on. No, I have it on preheat currently because for whatever reason, I think the temperature dropped too.
The oven
So
troubles
I'm
is
gonna
just
have
her
to
trying to
redo
say she
everything.
isn't pregnant.
I have to redo everything. I'm not pregnant! Oh man, the chicken is almost done. The chicken is 7 minutes away from being done. All right. The oil is getting pretty warm. So I'm gonna put in the aromatics. Let that fry a little bit. Let it bloom in the oil. Bloom. I actually feel like it's not enough oil. It's not the healthiest food in the world. So I'm just gonna add just a little bit more so it helps coat the shrimp a little bit better. Just a little bit more. Not the healthiest. Okay. And then grab our shrimp before the garlic gets too warm. Toss it. Okay, perfect. I'll show you in a second,
Julie,
but it's
don't
like kind
forget
of like
to
coating.
okay the prawns and maybe spring onion for color.
No spring onion. I think I'll keep it like that. And then, while the heat is still on, I'm gonna sprinkle in the seasoning. I'm just gonna eyeball it. But that looks really good. Look. That looks really good. I am impressed with myself. Okay, let's put it onto Snorlax. Let's put it on Snorlax's belly. a nice little tower of shrimp that are nice and fat and girthy. Okay. And then don't waste the garlic because it tastes really good now that it's all like fried up and fried lightly and seasoned with the oil. So just put it back on the shrimp.
Can
so
we
you can
get
enjoy
grape
it later.
Kool-Aid on the shrimp to mix it up?
What? Grape Kool-Aid? What kind of an abomination is this? Nice. Okay. Perfect. Oh, it's actually really crispy. The garlic got lightly fried. Mmm. Wait, it's actually, the garlic is so good. Mmm. Okay, I'm gonna let that cool down just a little bit so it's not too hot before I eat it. But I'll tidy it up a little. And you can keep this on the side. So if you feel like it's not salty enough, you can just like sprinkle it in on the side for whoever wants extra seasoning. No sense to throw it away. Okay, I'm gonna tidy this up. We're gonna start making our, we can start making our xiu long bao. I'll need this as the steamer. Mmm, that's really good. I'm always impressed with myself. I don't know how we don't get fat. Well, I don't cook like this every day. I only cook like this for stream. So I save all of like the savory, the fatty, the decadent foods for Wednesdays. And normally like we just either eat whatever is efficient, or if there's something I want to showcase for IRL stream. And all the other days we just eat like salad. Or like, you know, good macro meals from 7-Eleven, which there are a few that I've mentioned already, so it's not too hard to eat healthy in Japan. You just have to know where to get it and where to look. You get to spoil chat and yourself on stream. Yeah, exactly. Or else, if I eat like this every day, I wouldn't have the time and the energy to cook and like wash dishes like every day to cook like this. And I just kind of budget it so that I use up all the calories when it counts. So basically just for stream. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konbanwa. Okay. We can, we don't have to start the steamer right now because it'll take a little bit of time to make the xiulongbao, but we can just have everything kind of cleaned and ready. But it's xiulongbao time. Man, that fucking thing really pissed me off. The oven. I'm so sad. I really hope it didn't ruin the pork. Because sometimes the temperature affects the texture of the meat. And if it didn't get enough time to get blasted with like the heat, it might turn tough. And then we would have wasted all of the good meat. 日本語上手ですね。いえいえ、全然。でも勉強中です。難しいのことは喋れない。でも、毎日使っていますの言葉は大丈夫です。xiulongbao is tricky. We'll have to see. We'll see if we'll get some luck with the xiulongbao, especially with like the soup and everything. Okay. I think I'm gonna use this surface. No. I'll use this surface. I do have to dry it though. Ganbare. Arigatou gozaimasu. Okay, I'm gonna dry it because we're gonna be using this surface to roll out the dough into little wrapper skins. We have our rolling pin. Let this dry a little bit, but I think we're gonna cover it with some like flour and everything too. A little bit of flour. Grab that. Our dough, our skins. skin, I think the recipe says that for this dough, every piece of skin should be roughly about 15 grams or so. I think we're just gonna eyeball it. It doesn't have to be a very specific shape or anything like that. Oh, you know what? We should also get the water ready. We should also get the steamer liner ready so we don't have to worry about it later. So once we're done making it, we can just boom, boom, bap, you know, like we normally do. Boom, boom, bap. Let me grab my steamer basket. Okay. And then, wait, hold on. I think the chicken is ready. Ah! Ooh. Sheesh! Look at the little guy. Wait, he looks so good. Is this fucking thing done preheating yet, you stupid ass turd? No, not yet. Wait, look at the little guy. It's so nice. Okay, I'm gonna, since we're not ready to eat it yet, because the fucking chashu oven fucked up, I'm just gonna put it back in the oven to keep warm. Heat off and everything. I'm just gonna put it back in the oven so it can keep warm. So it doesn't get too cold or anything like that. Steamer liner. So we have our steamer trays. We're gonna line both of them so we can make as much as we can in one go. Is xiaolongbao difficult to make? It's not, well, you kind of have to get used to like the flow of making the dumpling skin, like the wrapper skin. Once you get used to it, I wouldn't say so. I think the difficult part is to make sure that the skin doesn't rip when you're steaming it, so the soup leaks out. And also it's kind of hard just to make sure that there is soup at all for the soup dumpling. I think that's also a difficult part. The first time I made xiaolongbao, there was no soup. The second time I made xiaolongbao, it was too little, like only a little bit of soup. So it's like an interesting learning curve with the xiaolongbao. Okay, I have my triangle. I'm gonna do what I always do to make steamer holes. I'm gonna cut the tip so the middle has a bit of a hole, and then I'm just gonna cut like triangles into the steamer, kind of like how we make snowflakes when we're kids at school. This is just to get some of the holes in there so the steam can perforate through the hole. You don't want to use the parchment paper and cover the steamer tray completely, or else the steam can't rise and then you won't get even heat. I'm just gonna quickly cut a bunch of triangles and call it a day. Not the tip. I already cut the tip off. I didn't even think twice, man. I'm sorry. The tip is off. Should I fold it one more time? You know what? Why not? I'll fold it one more time just to get a few more holes out of it. I was like, why is the chat moving? And I was like, I don't think I said anything that caused the chat to move so fast in this period of time. And then I see everyone going, not the tip, and I'm like, ah, I see. Everyone just scared about their tips. Okay, so I have these little perforated holes. So now this one is done. I cut it purposely a little bit bigger so you can kind of like have it touching the walls, but whatever, that looks pretty good. And then that one is done, so I'm gonna prep this one. You monster, I'm gonna do it again. Don't make me, because I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna fold it, and along the folded edge, I'm gonna fold it again. Along the folded edge, I'm gonna fold it again. Just so that it's a little bit easier to handle, I fold it about 4 times. And then once those are done, I fold it again like this, just to get more holes, but for now, it's fine. All right, and then you line it up. You only wanna cut the tip a little bit, by the way, not all the way down. It doesn't look like a lot, but when you open it, you're gonna have a gaping hole in the middle. So just cut, like, just literally snip off, like, literally just the tip. don't go too crazy on it. I always learn from my mistakes because I think it's really small. I cut it and it's just like one big gaping hole. And then it's just real estate that you can't use because it's a hole. Just a tip, don't gape the hole, don't gape the hole. Just a tip, okay? And then I'm gonna fold it in half again, just to get some finer holes in between. Okay, hopefully we made a few, oh, okay. And then before we fully open it, try to find the radius of the steamer. Cut it a little bit extra, a little less, sorry, so you have a little bit of an overflow. Okay, see? I only cut the tip, but look how big the middle hole is. Like, only just a little, and it's already so big. So a little goes a long way. So this is perfect, that's perfect. Okay. When we steam the xiaolongbao, we want to make sure that the water is already boiling before we put the steamer on. We don't want to gradually like heat up the xiaolongbao over cold water as it starts to boil together. You want to avoid that, so that's why we're kind of having everything ready, good to go. So when things start happening, it can just be like right after another, very quick. We don't have to worry about last minute things. How is this doing, bro? Oh, I think the chashu might be ruined. I was really excited about the chashu because Shadow says he wants to eat chashu, and I was like, well, I haven't made chashu in a long time, so I thought it would be fun to incorporate that for stream, but also make something that I think he'll like, and then it's ruined. It's ruined. It's too early to know definitively, but I think it's ruined. GG's. Okay. So, I have the xiaolongbao secret, or the essence, which is the soup base. The soup base really does not have to be some kind of a fancy stock. It can be if you want it to be, but there is an easy way of doing it, which is just literally water, salt. I put MSG. I put in a little bit of white pepper as well for a little bit of extra seasoning, and I melted gelatin into it. So now it's jello. Jello. Okay, and this is gonna melt in the heat when you're steaming it, and this is what's going to give you the soup. You're going to get a little bit of soup from the filling because we put so much water in there, but most of that really big, like bubbly stock comes from the gelatin soup. So if you have a gelatin stock, like from chicken feet, that's better. But if you don't have it, just some gelatin powder works wonders. Tom loves marble cake. Thank you for the 32. Thank you. Okay, so you can cut it into a bunch of small pieces and mix it in evenly with the pork. I've done that once before and it didn't work out for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because I didn't have enough gelatin, or if maybe the meat absorbed the gelatin so it no longer like dribbles. So originally they tell you to mix it in, but I'm gonna actually just put a square of it in the wrapper.
This
like
is what happens when you
spoonful of it
trust
in the
someone who
wrapper.
was expelled from China with Chinese food. Stick to orange chicken, lil bro.
Shut the fuck up. Orange chicken is like so ugly. So I'm gonna cut these into little squares. I might end up using more than one per square, but I'm gonna grab a spoon and just take it all out. Okay, perfect. Oh, these are pretty flat, so maybe they will fit one. I kind of want to be greedy and maybe even put like 2 in there, but I'll try not to be greedy. Every time I get greedy, I get bit in the ass. But like this one little bit will basically melt and turn into soup, and that's basically the secret behind xiaolongbao. That's how they inject the soup, so to speak.
Flat? So you relate to them?
That's cute. I think that's cute. Okay. Or should I mix it in? Oh, I'm getting I'm getting doubts. What if I cut it a little bit smaller so they're easier to mix in? So instead of 1 cube, it can be like 1.5 cubes, you know? Okay, I'll just score these quickly so they're a little bit more minced. Just a little bit. I can do this. I believe I can do this. The chicken looks good. The shrimp look really good. The chashu, I don't know, but I can do this. It looks really pretty though. I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but it looks really pretty. It looks like crystals. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do, wah, okay. Okay, all right, okay, let's relax, okay. Okay, all right, okay, damn. A little bit of honey. It looks good, right? Yeah, one more glazing session though. And I feel like I might add a little bit, well, this is gonna be the back side later, so we're gonna cook the other side that's not as glazed as the top. But more honey. The caramel, I mean the honey is honeying, caramelizing. Okay, and then flip it. I don't think it needs another 20 minutes by the looks of it. I think maybe another 15 or something. I don't think it needs another 20. But we can do 15, play it by ear, see what happens, and then add more time if we really need to, but I kind of want to cover some of the charred bits so it doesn't get more charred. Oh, I can just put it on a lower rack actually. Silly. I had a higher rack, that's why. All right, this is the last baste. So we're gonna put it back in. But this time at a lower rack, just to prevent burning. We're gonna put it in for another 20 minutes. This time, don't fucking touch the thing before it like gets all crazy. It's counting down, right, bitch ass? Okay. It's good. I think it's good. All right, can I roll out my fucking 小笼包 now? I did not expect the 小笼包 to be like the very last thing I finish. Okay, this has definitely been an hour. She's very soft. She's very supple. I can feel it. She's like relaxing under my grip. She's not giving much, which is fine, which is good. That's what we want. Okay, if we touch it, no fight back. We want that. We want no fight back. Okay, I'll keep this saran wrap just in case we need to, you know, keep things moist or whatever. So you're gonna make it into a log. Just gently form it into a log. See how it doesn't like do anything, and then just squeeze it until they're like pieces. This is already half the recipe and it already looks like it yields so much dough. I'm gonna do half at a time because I just don't have a cutting board long enough. So I'm gonna roll this back, cover this guy back up. We'll use this later. if we ever get to it. For now, we'll just use this one. If it's too dry, or sorry, if it's too like wet, you can, you know, sprinkle a little bit of flour onto the cutting board, but I think this is a perfect texture. It's like pliable, but stiff. It doesn't like stick to anything. So I think this is pretty good. It doesn't have to be super small. You can do it as big as you want. I think I'm gonna go something like this. And I'm gonna treat it like how I make dumplings at home. So I don't know how big this is gonna be. I don't know how big this is gonna yield. I'll put this on the side. Grab saran wrap to keep it moist. Or actually, not saran wrap. I'm gonna get a paper towel, wet paper towel, and keep it moist. This is your home? I mean, my mom's home. My home as in my parents' home, my old home. A moist paper towel to kind of keep everything warm. Or sorry, moist, not wet, just moist. And we'll see how we do with the moisture. Maybe we'll need to add flour. Okay, so how I like to do it is I flatten it, okay? It's gonna need a little bit of flour. I can feel it. If we're gonna be rolling it real thin, it'll be a little bit sticky. I'm gonna flour the board instead of the piece itself, because I don't want it to be overdone. Okay, how to make dough wrappers. Flatten it first, and then once you flatten out a little bit, you only want to flatten the middle, sorry, the outside. You want to make sure the middle is nice and thick, so when you're holding in all the soup, all the filling, it doesn't spill out. So you're only flattening and enlarging the circle at the outside. So what I'm doing is I roll up to the middle, come back down, flip, roll up to the middle. So if you look at it, this part is pretty thick. I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but it's pretty thick. And you can get this pretty thin. If this is dumplings, I would say stop right here. But because this is xiaolongbao and the skin is pretty, like, you know, not very thick, we're gonna keep going until we get something like this maybe. I don't know, I've never made the xiaolongbao skin from scratch before. I usually just do the wonton wrapper. So maybe something like this. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna grab a little bit of soup. So this will be guaranteed to melt. And then I'm gonna grab some meat. I don't know if this is too much or not. We'll just play it by ear. If the skin is good, it should stretch quite a little bit. So we're gonna pleat it. I'm not the best at pleating. It's the blind leading the blind. So you pinch, use your other two fingers to feed more dough into your hand. And at the same time, you can use this thumb to kind of push the meat down so it can like stay inside. And you're just gonna fold, fold. Try not to let go. I let go earlier, so that's kind of why it looks like that. And then once you get to the middle, you should be able to join. You should be able to join it. We can do better on the next one. We can do better on the next one. We'll just put that guy there. Hopefully he doesn't leak too much. Let's try another one. Okay, flatten it first into an overall square, circle. And we're gonna get it nice and big. Maybe less meat this time, less greed. We wanna guarantee that we can seal the tip of the skin properly. If you're making like regular meat buns, a breathing hole is called it's called a goldfish hole, a goldfish mouth when he has a hole. It's not bad, but when you're making like steamed, like yeast dough buns, this is good But for xiaolongbao, you don't really want the hole. You want to seal together because when the soup kind of like melts, it'll separate and it might cause the soup to ooze out. That's why you want it sealed. Does wearing gloves make it trickier? I don't know. I'm not too sure. But I can't really take it off because I'm wearing a blue suit. I'm gonna add a little less soup and a little less meat. I say that as I'm getting more meat. I feel like I can do more though. My Chinese blood is on the line. My mom's gonna be like, ew, you can't even fold in like a tablespoon of meat, and I'm gonna cry. Can I do it? Can I do it? Come on. Come on. Kind of. Kind of. Okay, want to make sure that, actually I'm not confident about this one. I might not even put it into the steamer. I worry it's gonna leak. Okay, next one. And if you feel like it's sticking to the board a little bit, add more flour so it doesn't rip. Can you try one with the soup and the meat mixed to see if there's a different taste? The taste should be the same because it's not like two different things. Okay, less of everything. Less greedy. Less greedy. We're too greedy. Okay, just a little pinch. This is already way less. This is already way less than earlier. This is also way less than earlier. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. You can also tug on the skin a little bit if it's not giving enough give. Oh! 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 Okay, so that was the perfect amount. Okay, I'm gonna make a mental note. That was the perfect amount. You can tug on it a little bit, like tug up while you're pleating. So if it looks like the meat is kind of in the way, you can do that. And that's why it's kind of important to have a nice elastic dough. So it gives you the freedom to tug on it, or else it's gonna be too stiff. That's why like wonton wrappers, it'll work, but it's really hard to fit in more things, or it's like a little bit, you have to be perfect, basically. There's less room for mistakes because of how stiff the wrapper is. If you make your own, and you let lots of gluten develop, lots of time to rest, it should be pretty manageable. Okay, a little bit. Maybe just take a little bit out. It's about like a table. Ah, I feel like, no, that's too much, that's too much, that's too much. Gary, don't do this. Gary. Gary, bad. Bad, Gary. You are being greedy. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Oh God. I'm also getting a little bit more confident with the dough because now that I've done it made a few, I can have a better sense of the resistance of the dough and how much I can tug. So this would be perfect if we're making a regular bun, but we want this sealed for the xiaolongbao. Yes! Yay! Oh, opened up a little bit. Seal that back up. Okay. Rinse and repeat. I am getting pretty confident at this thing now where I can do it without looking, which I'm really proud of because my mom can do this. She can do this with her eyes closed. So if I were to rotate and rechat, it shouldn't start folding on itself. It used to, because I wasn't very good at it. It used to fold on itself because I would go too fast, but now I'm better. Actually, I think I can get it thinner. I think we can go thinner. Okay. Once you get the hang of it, you know how to tug it. Yeah, I was just like too scared to do it earlier, but now that I kind of have a feel for the resistance, it's not too bad. Okay, about a tablespoon. That might be a little bit more than a tablespoon, but roughly that. Uh-oh. Is that too much? I'm gonna give it a small haircut, a little bit off the top. Making buns always stress me out though. I'm much more comfortable with making dumplings. Okay, I got too greedy, but I think I was able to save it. I got too greedy, but I think I was able to save it. These are fat 小笼包 though. What the hell? They're already like 3 times the size of a cooked 小笼包, let alone a not cooked 小笼包. I think for safety, I might do 5 in 1 long. Okay, hold on. I smell something. I gotta go check the... Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely done. Let me grab a chopstick. Ooh, wait, it looks really good though. I'll cut off like the super end bits. Wait, but it's so tender. Wait. Okay, I'll put it back in the oven, just like not hot, so it can keep warm and do its thing. That looks really good. Wait, that looks really good. You can just cut off the ends a little bit that have gone off a little too long, but I'm gonna put this where the chicken is so everybody can be happy all in one place. If it fits. No, it doesn't fit. Okay. Nope, okay, it doesn't fit. All right, well, that's gonna go, that's gonna go, shit. Where am I gonna put it? So that's like heat proof. Oh yeah. All right, that's gonna go here. Everything else can just stay on the floor for now. Add it to the list. It's actually not that bad. It's like a little bit burnt on the ends. But overall, there is like, when you go to the char siu po, you can ask for like, do you want it less burnt? Do you want it more burnt? It's called like long. I usually like to get it slightly more burnt because I like the charcoaled edges. I would get the long sao. I like lean and burnt. Shadow likes fatty and burnt. He always gets long fei. So those are options. And I can just trim it, so it's like not too bad. You put it on the floor? No, not the xiaolongbao. I mean, not the chashu. I put put some of the extra things on top of my oven on the floor. Okay, a little bit of soup. This skin isn't too big, this particular one. So I'm gonna do a little less of everything. Okay, a little less of everything. I'm still trying to get a hang of how big I should make the pleats. I'm getting better at tugging and kind of pinching everything, but I'm still trying to get a hang of how big the pleats themselves should be. Okay, this one is perfect. So I have 5 here. Oh, these ones are a little bit falling apart. I worry. Okay. I'll do 5 more. If I even have 5 more. I do. I have 5 more perfectly. And then we'll start steaming these. Because the gelatin is pretty temperature sensitive, if your kitchen is too warm, or if you're working in the summertime and the environment is too warm, it will start to get soft and like start melting. So you do kind of want to like either work fast and put everything in the fridge as you're making more, if you're making like a big amount, or just steam it as you go. In this case, my oven is a little bit warm because of all the ovens going on. So I'm going to do the 5. I'll probably put this back in the fridge to do more, if there is more. Okay, maybe just a smidge more meat on this one. Okay, I have high hopes for this. I really hope this works out. If it doesn't, I'll be so fucking sad. If it all rips at the bottom, or like because I put the soup on the bottom, it all like drowns, I'll also be really fucking sad. Oh, too greedy. We'll go back, oops. I'll go back and fix that one later, maybe. かれこれやを見てました。ありがとうございます。今はシュロンポを作っています。手作りのシュロンポ、皮でも、中身でも、スープでも、スープ、中身、肉、そして皮。全部は今は手作り。でもうまくできるならはちょっと謎です。楽しみけどちょっと緊張します。そして醤油チキン、ローストチキンと中華ロースチキンとチャーシューも作っていました。Oh, the oven is off. I put it in the oven to keep warm. The oven is off. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm hallucinating. I thought Shadow moved it. Okay, is that too much? Earlier it was too much. Okay, just a little bit off the top. Okay. All right, go back to pleating. The pleating doesn't get less scary the more you do it. I feel like every time I pleat a new one, I'm just as worried as the first one. It doesn't get easier, man. Okay, this one should be pretty good. I think I sealed that one pretty well. Oh, this one's gonna be a chonker. This skin is really big. Oh, it's sticking a little. before it sticks fully. There we go. Okay. Okay, this one's gonna be this guy's either gonna be really solid or really big. I think he's gonna be a big one. I think he's gonna be a big one. We can probably be a little bit more generous with this one, or at least a little less scared. I'm gonna go in and add a little bit more. I'm gonna do it. What is it called? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Is that what they say? I'm gonna do it. Am I going to regret it? Is the question. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. 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 Yay! She's perfect. But I think this one can probably fit 4 max. I don't think it's gonna fit 5. I think 4 is all we got. Before it goes a little too crazy. Okay, I'm gonna start turning the water on so it can start boiling. You want to have the water completely boiling and then steam it at medium heat. So you don't want crazy, crazy steam, medium heat steam for about 10 minutes. So pretty quick. Fingers crossed. There is a chance this could turn out horribly and everything leaks. There's a very, very high chance that happens. I'm really hoping it doesn't, but there is a very high chance that does happen. I want to eat my Yeem so bad. It looks so good. And it's all cold now. Okay. This one's also a big chunker, so I think I can afford to add like a nice big spoonful of it. Okay. Last one. Oh no, I'm getting scared. Maybe if I flatten it a little. No, no, I chickened out. I chickened out. I chickened out. We're gonna just shave a little bit off. Okay. Better safe than sorry, I think. Okay, it's a good thing I took that little bit off. Good thing I chickened out, because I don't think it would have sealed. All right, we got 4 fat ones. We got 4 fat ones here. We got 5 fat ones here. That one's looking a little dangerous because this part's a little thin. Some of these aren't fully sealed, which makes me nervous. But we're rolling that die. This one also isn't fully sealed, but again, rolling that die. I really, really hope they don't leak. I really, really fucking hope they don't leak. I'll cry my brains out if they leak. Please don't leak. Please. Actually, I think this was perfect. I still have like another half to go. So if I were to finish all of it, I think it would have been good. I made one the first time, but the hole was a bit too big for xiaolongbao, so I'm not gonna steam this one. I worry the steam, it's gonna melt, and then it's just gonna drag the whole thing apart. That's the fear. That's the fear. It's gonna be a mess, maybe. Maybe. I will be happy if we just have 1 edible xiaolongbao. No, 2 edible xiaolongbao. I'm gonna call it a win if we have, I might just combine it since there's so little left. I'm gonna be happy if there are, gently mix it if there are 2 viable xiaolongbao to show off on stream. I'll be happy. Okay, if you are to mix it though, make sure you don't fully mix it in with the meat so that the meat completely absorbs the gelatin. You want it to be mixed as if it's like a second ingredient. So I'm only tossing it. You know how normally when I was making the stuffing, I was really rough with it and I'm using my hands and I'm going like this. In this case, I don't want the gelatin to be completely like absorbed. I want it as like individual chunks. So that's why I'm just like tossing it. And while we're not using it, I'm gonna put this back in the fridge so it can continue to stay hard. I don't want the gelatin to start melting or anything while we like tidy up and wait for everything else. Can you make a bao bao? I don't think I can put that much stuffing. That's really tough. I feel like my current skills are unable to stuff that much, you know? That's kind of a tall order. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Okay, let's get my roast chicken out. Let's put this guy back in the fridge. Where's the gay chicken? The gay chicken is done. It's just resting in the... Is the heat even on? Hello? It is. Okay. Where's my gay chicken? Oh, let me put the... 저 토마토 쿠다사이. Sealing it. Putting it in the fridge. The immersion breaks are going crazy today, but I just can't be bothered. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, is my Pokemon plate not usable right now? Is it dirty? Maybe. I guess I can't. I don't have a Pokemon plate to use. I'll just use this one. Let me wash my hands just in case. Don't splash your hand washing water on beautiful Vulpix. He's dead anyways. He's as good as dead soon. You hear me? As good as dead soon. Is it hot? A little hot. All right, let's see this chicken. I'm not sure how I'm gonna butcher the chicken. I think it might be fun if we just rip it into it like cavemen. That's a good chicken. That's a handsome fucking chicken. 西柚雞 soy sauce chicken. Let's throw this away. Put this in here. Can I like try to rip a leg off to see if it's good? Ooh, okay. Okay, all right, it's coming off. Oh, the water's boiling, the water's boiling. Mayday, mayday. Okay, okay, I'm gonna turn, wait. I'm gonna turn the heat on to medium. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna turn the heat on to medium. I'm gonna take my 小笼包 and now put it over the boiling water. You don't want to cook it as the water boils together. You want to place it on top of already boiled water. And we're gonna set a timer for 10 minutes. Okay. Can I try to rip a leg off? Wait. Oh. Oh, that looks so good. Wait, huh? Wait, the seasoning is really good. Not too salty. That's perfect. Not too salty at all. The chicken looks tender. Mmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mmm. Mmm. That's really good. Okay. Now let's look at our slightly charcoaled chashu. Let's see what we're dealing with. Let's see what we're dealing with. I would have kept going, but I wanted to save some for Shadow. Oh, and also the salt and pepper shrimp. I didn't try that yet, actually. It was finished like 30 minutes ago, but I didn't try it yet. Hello? Why isn't it sealing? Aha. Let me try one. It's the Thai chili peppers, fried garlic, fried shrimp. Can't go wrong. Let me try one. Mmm. With a bunch of the fried shrimp on it. Mmm. So crunchy. Mmm. Mmm. Garlic shrimp. Garlic pepper. Garlic pepper. Mmm. It's so crunchy. Mmm. Not too dry at all. And the skin completely edible. The skin is completely edible. Mmm. It's like peppery, garlicky, a little bit sweet from the seasoning, and a little bit spicy. Mmm. I could kill that all by myself. Mmm. Mmm. That shrimp tail. Mmm. So good. All right. The wild card over here. Well, no, the chashu bao is a wild card, but we still have the chashu. The shulong bao is a wild card. But the chashu is, we're gonna suss it out. I'm gonna grab one that's a little bit like softer.
Jiri actually
That's
made
pretty
edible
good.
Chinese food. Maybe she's not that much of a disappointment to her family.
Wait, that's pretty juicy. Am I just hallucinating? Mmm. Could be a little saltier, but that's really good. I think we're onto something. Okay, this part is a little bit. This part's a little crusty, so we'll take away this part. That looks really good. I think maybe the bigger piece will be better because these pieces were a little bit small. Maybe the bigger piece will preserve some of that fat a little bit better. This was the bigger piece. This bigger piece doesn't look too bad, honestly. Just cut the ends off where it's like the crustiest. Wait, that looks so good. Okay. I think the marinade could have been saltier, so you have been warned. You can enjoy it with a little bit of soy sauce or something if it's not it's so tender if it's not salty enough for you.
Last week she made Panda Express, this week she made a McRib.
Wait, that's really good. Well, hold on, I
Damn,
need
the
a
baby is gonna be
plate or
eating
something.
well.
I need a plate or something. No. We don't eat rice anymore, remember? Carbs are bad for you, remember? Yep, well, that's what happens when you're on a diet. You use okrai a little too sparingly. Everything makes you okrai. Oh my god, actually this crunchy bit Must be really good. Mmm. Caramelized. Mmm. Delicious. Mmm. Here, have some. I just gave you the whole thing at this point.
Gratitude.
Mm. If you need soy sauce, let me know. I feel like it's lacking a little bit of salt. I should have been a bit more heavy-handed with the soy sauce. Or the salt part. Mmm. Mmm.
Oh my god.
Ooh, it's like crispy, crunchy. Ooh, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so impressed with myself. What the heck? It's not a failure. I was so worried that because of the temperature of the oven that it was gonna be a failure. This will be really great cut up into small chunks, into like, what is it called? Into fried rice and stuff too. Or a little bit of that extra sauce and just cut into chunks to make the char siu bao. That would be really good too. Mmm. That crust is actually really good. It's like crunchy. Yeah, it's like really pull apart. Mmm. Mmm. Banh mi would be nice too. Mmm. It just looks really dark from the honey, I think, but it's not inherently like burnt. It's just the honey that got a little bit scorched. Mmm. What I'm so impressed with myself. What the hell? Look, all the honey and the oil just completely, I have to get rid of that. That was just all honey that leached down. Also, next time, now that I know that the honey kind of burns pretty quickly, I'll probably put it on the bottom rack or like the slightly lower rack and not the highest rack. I put on the highest rack because I was worried that I wasn't going to get a good char. But clearly you can, so. You said the one thing about that chicken leg that was burnt to fuck. I don't remember what that one was. Which one was that one? Mmm, really good. Do not tarnish it with, oh, the matara one. I mean, that one was also because of the chicken, sorry, the sugar. But in this case, this is all just the honey anyways. Have you made any of these dishes before because you nailed it? I have actually. Char siu I've made 2 times before. Both times did not turn out as good as this time. But this time I also pre-marinated everything. The other times, because I didn't want to skip any of the steps, I would just marinate it for like an hour because I would do all the steps on stream. Today, I marinated everything before I left for the day for all of the stuff that I had to do. So I had 9 hours to marinate before I was cooking it. I think that makes a difference. And also, different recipe. Just trying out different things. Oh, xiu long bao is almost ready as well. We have chicken. Char siu. This looks like we're ready for Chinese New Year at this point. We have ha. These are all like auspicious foods. And we're gonna get a steamer tray of xiu long bao in the middle. This is really good. I'm genuinely so impressed with myself. I love Yeem, huh? And it's still crunchy. And it's been sitting here for like an hour. Okay. It's important that you don't open the lid right away. Let it rest a little bit. If you open it right away, the dough oxidizes a little bit and it kind of gives like your dumplings or your buns a kind of like a gray overcast, which looks kind of ugly. So a little bit of patience. Don't open everything right away. Let it chill for a second. And then we'll open it. Do you want to try the shrimp? It's really good, but you do have to eat the skin. I mean, you don't have to, but you don't have to eat the skin, but you should eat the skin. Green peppers. A little bit of green would have been nice for the shrimp dish, but I don't think you really need it. I think it's good. And there's also like the extra Yeem seasoning. If anything is not salty enough, it's really good. I will always open this right away. I used to because I couldn't wait. You just wait a little bit. Just wait a little. Eat this chicken. This chicken is so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mmm. Mmm. That skin is so good. Mmm. Mmm. That chicken is really good too. Has it been 10 minutes? I don't think so. Can it be paired with gravy? It's like a Chinese dish, so not really. You can. But it's not traditional. Share with Shadow? He's gonna get plenty, okay? I'm gonna give him a little bit. He's gonna get plenty. You don't have to worry about this guy. Here, I'll give him this leg. I'll give him she's not a big fan of shrimp, but I'll let him try one anyways. Yeah. Holy shit, you killed that chashu, man. That was like 4 slabs of chashu and he's almost done eating it. Holy. He almost killed that shit. Okay. Can I open it now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Can I? Almost time. I'm gonna make some space. Okay. I don't know if it's premature, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay. Are you ready? I don't know if, actually I'll move everything up just a little bit so the camera can catch it. I don't think it leaked because the steaming liquid doesn't look like it's, like, it doesn't look like there's oil or like extra soup seeped in. So I don't think it leaked, but I'm worried. All right. 3, 2, 1. Wait, it's so cute! Wait, it's perfect! Oh, this one leaked a little. Wait, they're perfect! I love the little ripple on the edges. Okay. Okay, the test is to see if it actually, like, you know, upholds. Do I have a little bowl or something? Is this big and, actually no, this little one would be perfect actually. All right. Wait, this is the best xiaolongbao that I've made yet. I'm gonna try picking it up. Oh. Okay, let's see if there's soup. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Look at all that soup. Oh, that's perfect. I don't know if the camera can catch that. Oh, that's perfect. Oh my God. That's all soup, baby. Very umami. Because I put a lot of MSG in the soup, in the gelatin soup. The skin is very thin, chewy, because it's handmade. but very thin. So it has a nice spring to it. The meat, savory, soft, tender, but hearty. That skin is perfect. It's like, it's a cross between really thin and delicate, but also strong enough where it gives you a chewy taste or a chewy texture. Try it. Here, come over here. I'll have her camera. Try it. I'll give him a better one. It's hard to pick up though. Okay. Shadow, come here. Shadow, come here. Come here right now. I think he's going to the washroom. I'll let him do the honors on this one. Hopefully this one's also good. It looks good. While it's still warm. While it's still warm. He's sick. He's peeing. He's peeing. Why order Shadow like a dog? Come here. Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Come here. Come here, Shadow. Shh, 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 shh. How much for online order? Ooh, expedited shipping on a private jet is going to be expensive. Here.
Why do those look so anemic? They look flat. Kinda like you.
Wait, you gotta rip the bottom so all the soup comes out. No, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot. It's hot. Wait, don't suck on it too hard. It's hot. But you want to show them the soup.
Oh.
If you suck it all, then what are they gonna see? Oh yeah. Look at all the soup.
Oh, that's a really good skin.
Right? Dude, I want to save like effort by buying wonton skin. It's like leagues different. Not even close.
Oh my god.
Definitely make your own. I think it's worth the time.
I think 20 went like hell for these.
It's definitely worth the trouble.
Oh, whoa.
Oh my god. Am I a genius? I think I just have a knack for Chinese food at this point. Guys. I think I'm just, this one leaked a little, so maybe I'll just finish this one off. This one looks like it busted a little bit. Did it? Did it though? No, it busted a little bit, but still got hella juice in there. It did bust a little bit, but it's so fun to rip it open and just see all the juice slide out. Yay, I'm so happy. Okay, I'm gonna put a lid on it so it doesn't get too cold. Yay! Chat, we did it. We did it, chat. We made real Chinese food. None of that fake shit. Chashu, xiao gai, which all turned out really well. Could be a little bit saltier, we'll work on that, but overall, this is the happiest I've ever been with both texture and flavor and the final result. This one, roasted beautifully, nice coloring on it, tender. The shrimp, amazing, still crispy for whatever reason. I don't know what the secret is, but I gotta try to recreate that. The garlic, beautifully fried. Xiaolongbao, obviously a success with how much like soup is in there. And it didn't rip, and it's great texture. Look at that. Great flavor. Yay, I'm gonna eat dinner now. Woohoo! I'm gonna eat dinner. Yay, 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 yay. Dinner time. I've never been so excited for dinner. I love Chinese food. Haven't had these in Onimart. These are a little bit hard to make for Onimart. Dinner at midnight? I don't eat dinner yet. I've been cooking. Dinner! How about us? Shit, I'll see you tomorrow! Alright, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Delicious. Wonderful. Okay, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. You're making me feel bad. Guys, all of this, you literally saw me make this live and you saw how much effort it takes to make any of these dishes. These dishes will do so poorly as pre-made food. You know? Fuck you. So aggressive. I'm so hungry. Guys, Guys, come on. Come on. Maybe the shrimp, maybe, but the rest of it is gonna be difficult, man. It's gonna take so long. We're not worth the effort? Well, don't say it like that. You can't say it like that. You can't use the emos that make me weak, okay? I guess I'll use my last allowance. No, okay, maybe the chashu. Maybe. Honestly, the xiulongbao and the shrimp is the most impressive. I'll think about it. It's gonna be hard, man. I'll think about sleeping, starving again. We'll figure something out. I'll think about it, okay? All right, tomorrow, chat, we're gonna eat bread. Lots of bread. We're gonna go to the Beyblade Cafe. We're gonna go play some Beyblade. We're gonna go look for some antique record shopping. A lot of new things that we haven't really looked into or discovered yet. So tomorrow will be a lot of trying out new things. And I hope it'll be fun. I'm gonna hang out with you guys tomorrow. I think it'll be a great time. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for regular time, so 12 p.m., 12 noon JST for our Walkies day. All right, everyone, take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Walkies. Bye. Thank you for hanging out. Go eat some Chinese food. I spilled everything. Go eat some Chinese food. Bye, everybody. Yeah. I ordered Panda Express. How dare you? How dare you? That skin makes a world of difference. Delicious. I love Chinese food. Hurry and get out of here so I can eat.